Hello. Hello everybody. I as promised, cosplay stream. You guys paid up last stream and I am delivering. Site chat? Oh, wait, what do you mean by site chat? You should be able to see it on site. Did it not update? Do 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 do. Video and I see. Wait, let me fix that real quick. For some reason, it defaults to putting them as unlisted, which is weird. But there you go. It's public now. Hello. I'm gonna force a refresh for all y'all. There you go. My goodness. Sorry, I was about to start stream and then I realized I needed to put on my cosplay. I remembered that I had promised you all cosplay. You know, in retrospect, I should have done more black around the eyes. How we all doing today? How we all doing? Tweet that out. Okay. My goodness, I had to do so many different steps to get here. Hello! Nindreen, thank you for being subscribed on Twitch for 33 months. Yeah, the number of subscribers over on Twitch has plummeted like a stone, so we are, we're down about 700 subscribers on Twitch, so let's try and make it up over on riverboat.gg. Let's go, folks. Tired but good? Hell yeah. Also, I need to pop out the Twitch chat. Gonna pop this out. Then exit stream. Cause I don't want to see my weird face on YouTube. Whoo! Hey, can't find a name I like. How you doing? You got your bag full of memes? Good job. Good job, comrade. Allium, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. And folks, feel free to come on over to riverboat.gg, just as an FYI. Use your free Bezos bucks over on twitch.tv if you would like. But come on over to riverboat.gg, where there are no ads, and you can subscribe directly to me without Twitch taking a cut. And if you guys need to figure out where to go, you just type riverboat.gg into your address bar. Yo, Ashley, thank you for the 5 gifted tier 1 subs. My goodness, thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate that. Hey, Alice McGee. Found this really old YouTube video. Why are you sending it to me? Hello! Oh, I forgot. I need to turn these on. Boop. There we go. Yes, the website does tend to be a bit memory intensive or CPU intensive. I'm not exactly sure what. But you can always pop out the site chat and that is much more manageable. I'll be right back. I need to blow my nose, so I'm not just like weirdly snuffling all stream. Burp. Yo, lot of apples. Thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs. And yes, folks, we are today celebrating today's stream celebration of my birthday. It is 5 years ago yesterday that I started my HRT journey, and yeah, it's pretty great. 5 years into second puberty, baby. And gotta say, just a little time to reflect and think about it. There's very much a weird Ben to Jumanji. If you'd like to join the Discord, just type in riverboat.gg/discord. There you go. And I just gotta say, like, it's weird because I felt like there were milestones to celebrate with my previous birthdays, but like for this one, it felt like I was, and I talked about this in therapy a little bit, but like it felt like there was a standard I wasn't living up to. Like there was a point like trans people who are 5 years in should be reaching, and like I'm somehow falling short of that. But I have no idea what that milestone would be. I have no idea how I'm falling short of it. And I think after talking about it with my therapist, I think it ultimately comes down to like kind of an evolution of dysphoria, you know? Like this idea that like you can never really kill dysphoria. It evolves along with you, but in its evolution it can become less severe. So instead of having that internal voice that's telling me I'm not a woman, it's more like that voice is now telling me you know, you're not feminine enough, if that makes sense. So like it, and like I know that there's no like tangible milestone. There's no reality to those feelings. It's mostly just like I feel like it may be an internalized sense from just having interacted with like the online trans community for a long time, you know? Hair looking stunning. Thank you, a symbolic symbol. I'm sure a lot of women feel that. Yeah, I think so. So in a sense it is kind of progress in the sense that like even my internal critic is chilling out a little, if that makes sense. I don't know. But 5 years into puberty number 2, puberty's slowing down. This is kind of like, like that period from like 17 until like 25. Like the next 7 years, I'm gonna see changes, but it's not gonna be like super dramatic, you know? By the way, I bought some Yawadam products and I love them. Yo, aren't they amazing, lot of apples? I'm glad that you like them. Yeah, that I swear by that eye cream. That eye cream is amazing. I shouldn't have kissed my fingers. Now they're covered in lipstick. Um. Oh God, was awake from Monday morning to 7 p.m. Tuesday, powered by caffeine pills. Oh God. And you only got 5 hours of sleep? That sounds awful. Also, chat, if any of you would like to be extra generous tonight, I would very much appreciate it because I have to pay my taxes and it's real scary. Who are you cosplaying? It's the Punisher, baby! Yeah, Francine Castile. Feared as much? Not a fan myself? Well, to be fair, uh, the Punisher is very much not how cops embrace him. Yeah, I'm the punish her. Exactly, exactly. We're punishing chuds. We gotta punish the libs. Yeah, I don't know about that one. Um, so shall we begin? Are you all ready to embark on this journey of potential bridge burning? Gordo? No Gordo today. I got too much to talk about. Otherwise, I'd be really happy to do a Gordo. Um, First, we have an important announcement. I have an important announcement, everybody. Gather round. Are you going to have a TYT take? Probably. It's just not the first thing on the docket. First thing, here we go. Not only... Not only... Not only did he fucking get banned on YouTube, his entire subreddit got nuked from Orbit. Did it finally happen? It happened, baby! He's gone! What video did it? His latest live stream. Or at the very least, one of his videos got removed. But, you know what? The fact that any of his videos have been removed, massive win. Second of all, it is very funny that his subreddit has been banned from Reddit. That's the big win here, actually, unironically. Were there any slurs? I mean, probably. Probably. Have you seen his videos? Yeah, we take the W's. I saw that Sonsol had been banned as well. I don't know much about why he was banned off of Twitter. How bad did it have to be to get his subreddit nuked? Oh, it had to be so bad. Also, I just wanted to share this with you because I thought it'd be funny. Michael Knowles, and like basically for whatever reason, it became a trend like a day or so ago for conservative, like neo-Nazi adjacent folks like Michael Knowles to be like, when you call me a fascist, this is to whom you are speaking, and like a picture of themselves as a child, and it's just like, bro. Look at little Michael Knowles. Like, Prundo, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. More war crimes going on every day, baby. And let's open up the quote tweets on this bad boy. Declaring oneself a child to own the libs, indeed, indeed. Just just so many gifs of people like throwing children through windows or into fires. This gif of Will Smith punching a baby. This is my contribution. A picture of the Hitler Youth. Classic stuff. Hassan's editor getting in on it. Yeah. Just a lot of people like, yeah, so what? I'd hit a fascist baby. Oh god. Was in Mike Figueredo call for channel members was massively pog. I think there's a chance for a Mike Anna bridge burning. Well, I mean, judging by what I saw go down on Twitter, there's a lot of bridge burnings going on today. Hitler was a baby, you know? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Also, update on this situation. So, for those of you who remember, because, like, 2 weeks ago is forever ago in news years, but a couple weeks ago, Nashville had a school shooting, okay? Nashville, Tennessee, a trans man took a gun killed 3 children who were like all under 10, and then killed 3 adults as well. And the police mentioned that they had taken into custody a manifesto. Okay? Now, when you think a manifesto, you think, oh, well, like the shooter like wrote down kind of why they did it, you know, what their goals were, what the deal was, right? Well, it turns out that the police might not have been entirely accurate on that count. Because it turns out that the manifesto wasn't so much a manifesto as it was a collection of insane ramblings. So here's a from a local news channel 5 in Nashville. There are exclusive new details about the so-called manifesto left by the Covenant school shooter. Authorities have yet to release what was written publicly, but TBI director David Roush did talk candidly about the contents of the manifesto at a Tennessee Sheriff's Association meeting. Roush said what police found isn't so much a manifesto spelling out a target, but a series of rambling writings indicating no clear motive. Investigators searched the Nashville home of the Covenant school shooter, leaving with, amongst other things, a number of handwritten journals, some videos, and computer hard drives. Roush told sheriffs that the review so far of the material finds that the killer did not write about specific political, religious, or social issues. In fact, a primary focus of the journals is on idolizing those who committed prior school shootings. So, for those of you who may have been paying attention to conservatives talking about all of this, conservatives have been trying to frame the Covington school shooting as an act by a deranged transgender ideologist who hated Christians. The framing of this has been trans people are godless heathens who are out to kill Christians. And it turns out, if this report is true, and I'm willing to give it more credence, that really what was going on here was a mentally deranged individual who happened to be trans, who idolized school shooters. So, this isn't like a trans person doing a mass murder as vengeance against all of the cis meanies out there. It seems like this is a deeply mentally unwell person who idolized other school shooters of the past. So, just thought you should be aware of that. Thought that would be a valuable update to go forth and be armed with in the marketplace of ideas. So, yeah, keep that in mind. I mean, yeah, but it won't change the discourse on the right very much. Well, yeah, but I'm not trying to change the discourse on the right. I'm trying to change the discourse on the left. The more you guys are equipped to be able to provide these details to liberals or disaffective middlemen and women and NBs, you know, people who are not politically aligned, the better equipped you guys are, the more likely it is we can stop people from falling into conservative propaganda traps. So, that's why I'm telling you guys this stuff. Get out there, make a difference in the conversational trenches of the world. Do you know if it mentions 4chan? Nope. We do not know the contents of the manifesto. But I have spent a lot of time on 4chan myself, and I know it is deeply, deeply fucked over there. Okay? Yeah, it turns out the trans gene does not make you exempt from idolizing school shooters and being mentally unwell. Uh, Previously, it was thought that only cis people could be mentally unwell and idolize school shooters. Now we know better. Not a judgment, but why do you go there? I said I went there. I have spent a lot of time there. Because as a young adult on the internet, who also had to research Gamergate for my job, I spent a lot of time on 4chan. So, sorry, I was a game journalist reporting on a fucking event that spawned on 4chan for years. How dare I? And then it, weirdly enough, it became relevant again when it spun off into 8chan, and then 8chan spun off into 8kun. And 8kun, it turns out, was where all of the QAnon shit comes from. So, you know, like, weirdly, a lot of my time and a lot of my effort to, like, make sure I'm up to date has brought me back to that fucking cesspit. I do not like it. America, we can't afford to give children the help and therapy they need. Would you like to buy a gun from me so I can have cocaine parties on my yacht? Indeed, indeed. Also, like, I know that for some like trans people, like 4chan was a place where they could like tell people that they were trans without judgment, really. I mean, people would call you a faggot, but like it was like, you know, the stakes were really low, you know. So basically, the existence of 4chan is just one giga rabbit hole. Well, it depends on where you exist on 4chan, because 4chan is just a series of boards with different topics. Um, the only they called everyone that though. Well, yeah, exactly, GD Reaper. Um, the only good board that I liked was, I think, the TG board for tabletop gaming. That one was okay. I enjoyed reading the tabletop stories from that one. Um, but that is not a redeeming factor, okay? It was not enough to redeem the entirety of the site. Yeah, traditional games. Yeah. Are you dressed as old school Punisher? Yes, Bruiserker. I don't know. Maybe I think I can stand up and show you guys my outfit. It's a bit cobbled together. Don't judge. I actually I just realized my butt is kind of out of this bodysuit. I'm not gonna turn around. I'm not gonna turn around. You guys can't make me. Yes, my thighs are out. Cosplay redeemed. Told you guys. Neurons activated. Thick Castle, yeah. Lilu, I don't think I could pull off Lilu from Fifth Element. Maybe Solazar. I do need to post some content on other places. Okay. Also, chat, we keep on winning, okay? We keep on. Lumu? Is that Lumiru? Pulled it off? You can too. Lol, yeah. Well, I think Lumiru can pull off a lot more things than I can. My body type is not one that is conducive to Lilu. Um, Pro-trans Punisher is the hero we need, but not the hero we deserve. Yeah. Trans rights. Speaking of heroes we need but don't deserve, or deserve and need and have, this is amazing. So, if you all remember, I talked a little bit about State Senator Michaela Cavanaugh a little while ago, last week, and it turns out she's still going strong. Okay, baby, she's still going strong. For those of you who don't know, this senator from Nebraska is single-handedly stopping all legislation in the state in order to protect trans people in the state. She has been filibustering every single bill for the last 7 weeks. She has been filibustering every single piece of legislation for the last 7 weeks in order to protect trans people. Yeah. Just go over this real quick. If the legislature collectively decides that legislating hate against children is our priority, then I'm going to make it painful. Painful for everyone, Kavanaugh told NPR. The state senator has been spending up to 12 hours a day since the end of February filibustering Legislature Bill 574, a bill that would bar physicians from providing gender-affirming care for Nebraskans under the age of 19. In a process that she calls mentally and emotionally tiring, the subject matter of Kavanaugh's filibusters ranges from legislative debates to random thoughts on food and life. Sunday, I spent a lot of time talking about Easter Sunday and my love of au gratin potatoes, she said. She needs a medal. Kavanaugh with the C, not that Kavanaugh. I wish more Democrats were like her too, you know? I don't know why, as a nation, as policymakers, there's this newfound focus on trans children, she said. I'd like to see all of our policymakers stepping out of the bathroom, stepping out of the doctor's room, and getting back to policy. Damn. What a fucking fighter. Like when you are a kid, and you're like, yeah, I want to get into politics so I can do good in the world. You, like, watch Mr. Smith Goes to Washington and see you know, what's his face, like doing the filibuster and trying to just pass a bill to help his constituents, and he gets crushed by the machine. But you know what? Yeah, Jimmy Stewart, thank you. It's so refreshing to see a politician who's actually fucking doing that. Yeah, there are like 2 other legislators who are helping her, one of whom has a trans son. And the main thing is, though, she needs more allies. And we know that she needs more allies because she did pause her filibuster to gauge, like, the support amongst her Democratic allies. And, like, several of them defected to advance the anti-trans legislation. So, like she knows that this is the only way Nebraskan children get to maintain the current level of healthcare that they have. Hey, Very Queen Kiri, thank you. There are 13 states that have filibuster rules, a lot of red states that could follow suit. I mean, that'd be great, but man, I don't know that, like, Many Democrats are of the caliber that are willing to do that, you know? Frankly. Like, I have to imagine it's not going to be legislatively popular to make sure nothing gets done. So, I don't know. We'll have to see about that. We'll get to that, GD Reaper. But first, this story caught my eye, and I just wanted to bring it up a little bit because, holy moly, folks. America, what the fuck is you doing? Like, what? Seriously, can we have, like, an intervention with just the general entity of America? Because this is fucking crazy. Okay? And of course, it involves not just one Florida man, but two. Two Florida men. Alright? Now, is it the auction shit? Nope, it's not. So, two men, as often happens, were driving cars. And, they were driving cars just down the highway. And one of them got really mad about being cut off. And this man was, let's see, 36-year-old William Hale on the US 1 road near Callahan. And William Hale got a bit upset at another man, 44-year-old Frank Allison. Now, chat, what's one thing that I've talked about repeatedly on this channel when it comes to antagonizing people in America, okay? What's one of the things that I've talked about? Good night, Mithril Mist. Probably guns. It's true, Entrama. It's true. A lot of people in America have guns. And that means they can fucking kill you. Okay? So, what ended up happening is William Hale got upset at Frank Allison and tried to drive him off the fucking road. To which Frank Allison responded by pulling out his Glock 43 9mm semi-automatic handgun and emptied the entire thing. Or sorry, my bad. William Hale tried to run Allison off the road and then threw a water bottle at his car. Allison then took out a gun and shot at William Hale's vehicle. William Hale pulled out his Glock 43 and emptied the entire magazine into Frank Allison's car. So, right off the bat, I'm just going to pause the story right there before we go on to the outcomes of this. Turns out, this is a fucking insane situation, right? First of all, someone trying to drive you off the road and then throwing a water bottle at your car is absolutely not grounds to fire a gun at them. Just gonna put that out there. Second of all, he responded by emptying his... Yeah, I feel like if someone shoots at you, you are entitled to, like, empty an entire magazine at them. But, and this is a big but, you can't just blind fire at a car because there might be other people in the car. So in this story, both Frank Allison and William Hale had children in their cars. And wouldn't you fucking know it, neither of these men got shot by the bullets. Both of their children got shot So, William Hale's 5-year-old daughter got shot in the upper calf. And Allison's 14-year-old daughter got shot in the back, collapsing one of her lungs. And I just have to say, this is made so much more insane knowing that there were children in the cars this entire time. If you get so fucking angry that you try and run someone off the road or fucking pull out a gun to shoot at someone while driving, you should not be able to drive or own a gun. But, like, the fact that they did this with children in the car is what blows my mind. Like, you didn't stop at... neither of these men stopped at any point throughout this entire altercation to be like, my first priority is keeping my child safe. Therefore, I'm not going to try and, like, escalate this by shooting at another car. Or, like, hey, I have a child in my car. I'm not going to try and run another car off the road. You also aren't legally supposed to store a weapon loaded or where it can be accessed anywhere inside of a vehicle. Yeah, well, here's another wrinkle to this. So, according to the state's attorney's office, both children are expected to make a full recovery, thank goodness. Both men had concealed weapons permits and no prior criminal record. However, only one of these men is being charged with a crime. Only one of these men is being charged with a crime. It's not the one that fired a gun first, by the way. It's the guy who threw a water bottle at the first guy's car. William Hale, who, like, got angry and, like, tried to drive the other car off the road and then threw a water bottle at it, is the one being charged in this case. And they're arguing that he drove his vehicle in a reckless, threatening, or intimidating manner, which created a well-founded fear in Frank Allison that violence was imminent. It says Hale threw a stone or some other hard substance, actually a water bottle, at Allison's car, which would produce the death or great bodily harm. So, therefore, Allison was justified in firing his gun at the other man's car. And if he didn't, he didn't start it, so, well, he started it. So when William Hale returned fire to that one gunshot because his car and child had just been shot, he emptied the entire thing, but he's being held completely at fault in this situation, which is fucking insane. We literally live in Mad Max world. Like, America is fucking Mad Max world. Immortan Joe is real. He just is renamed Joe Biden. Like, it's Mad Max times over here, okay? How are any Americans still alive? I have no idea. Maybe the law says bodily harm. True, it is Florida. Maybe the lawyers can't and legislators can't spell. Oh, God. Explaining why they were dropping charges against Allison, prosecutors said it was clear that he was trying to flee. The prosecutor wrote a lengthy disposition notice explaining the thought process in dropping the charges and filing them against Mr. Hale. Essentially, it came down to there was an independent witness who described this as a cat and mouse game of the cars going after each other and that Hale was the primary aggressor. Some people would say, well, water bottles shouldn't be more aggravated than a gun, but the case law that the state cited a water bottle is considered a deadly missile, the same as a bullet, which is fucking insane. Fuck Florida. Why the fuck does anyone live in Florida? Jesus Christ.
Do me a favor. Let's take your daughter.
Now at 11, a look at what unfolded after a road rage shooting in Nassau County over the weekend. 2 children were shot during the incident, and 2 fathers face attempted murder charges. In that video here, officers tending to one of the children, that part blurred out there. But according to officers, the father you see in that video is 43-year-old Frank Allison from Callahan, and the officers refer to the child as his daughter, a 14-year-old girl who had been shot in the chest. The Nassau County Sheriff's Office said over the weekend, Frank Allison and 35-year-old William Hale of Georgia, the 2 drivers, became involved in that road rage incident with each other after Hale threw a water bottle at Allison while driving. Now, investigators say Allison fired the first shot, which hit a 4-year-old child in Hale's truck. Hale returned the fire, according to officers, and that's when the 14-year-old was hit. Both men were charged with attempted murder as a result, and both are out on bond.
Fucking
Candace Owen.
Oh god, fucking insane. Hello, Emma Vigland. Does castle doctrine apply to cars? It's Florida. It might. I have no idea. Yeah, but the drag queens, isn't it strange that we never see drag queens involved in like road rage incidents where they like fucking light up each other's cars? So strange. Also, hello Archangel. And folks, we've now been streaming for an hour. I'm gonna shave off 30 minutes. We'll do it every hour and a half here. And if you would be interested in supporting me, I would very, very much appreciate it, because I have to pay taxes, and I would like to be more assured that I am capable of doing that. Also, it's my birthday, so 5 years of me being on HRT. So if you don't financially support me this stream, you are transphobic. I don't make the rules. Those are just birthday rules, okay? That goes for every trans person on their birthday. Hey, Fish Mizzle. Yeah, Ashley and Lotta Apples, you're both good. Why is the Church of Riverboat? Honestly, I should found the church, you know? I'm using this on my birthday? Hell yeah. Big Joel made a video about PragerU for kids. Well, we are not watching that right now, but thank you for letting me know. More like Church of Dad Ass. Man, if I bent over on stream, you have no idea how true that would be. Now, folks, let's go catch up with Justin Jones. So for those of you who may or may not have been tuned into politics over the weekend, the Tennessee State Representative Justin Jones has been reinstated. Fish Missile, thank you for the $25 dono. Happy birthday, thank you. But also for those of you who don't know, I'm talking here. I'll write it on screen. Yeah, just give me a sec, okay? Okay. It's birthday. HRT. It's there you go. That's how you spell it. Makes a lot more sense when it's written as opposed to said out loud. Um, but thank you so goddamn much for your support, Fish Missile, and congratulations on not being transphobic. Yo, Archangel, thank you for the $25 dono. You hate money, so you can have mine. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And thank you for not being transphobic. I really appreciate it, folks. All right. Why not Pearson? Pearson is being voted to be reinstated on Wednesday. We'll get to this. You guys stop being impatient, folks. We got this. Wait, am I transphobic? Maybe. I don't know. You're in a unique situation. Okay. So two Tennessee state representatives were expelled from the Tennessee state legislature. An act that has only ever been done like a handful of times in the entire history of the state. This was late last week. And over the weekend, I believe what was the district? Yes, the Nashville Metropolitan Council voted to reinstate Justin Jones, one of the expelled members, and the vote for Justin Pearson takes place on Wednesday. So we'll be keeping an eye on that tomorrow. But here, let's take a look at Justin Jones being reinstated here, because we got video, baby.
Let's talk a little bit about Justin Jones, the state representative. He's just now being sworn in, only moments ago, being sworn in as the new state representative after he was expelled a few days ago because he was protesting in favor of gun reform, and the Republicans in the state legislature expelled him. But now he was just voted by the city council there to be reinstated in Nashville, and now he's
Darkstar Mike, thank you for the $10 dono. I really appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. But yeah, important to note that they were expelled for protesting for gun control after the Nashville school shooting. And it's also important to note that they have had convicted, like, child molesters in their body who have not been expelled from the House of Representatives in Tennessee. So, like, they literally... And, by the way, 3 people protested for gun control rights. 3 representatives protested for gun control rights on the floor. And guess who didn't get expelled? The one white lady. Literally, they just expelled 2 young black men. And it's basically entirely because they're black.
They've just been sworn in. A very, very dramatic development indeed.
I was hoping they were going to show, like, the wide view of this. There are so many people at this swearing-in ceremony. It's wild. Also, who dis? He got drip. Okay. And then he gave a speech afterwards. Let's listen to that.
Today we're sending a resounding message that democracy will not be killed in the comfort of silence.
God, this guy's
Today
such a good
we send a clear
speaker.
message to Speaker Cameron Sexton that the people will not allow his crimes against democracy to happen without challenge.
Archangel, thank you for subscribing.
The people of Nashville have spoken today through their council members, and democracy, we stand for the vision of a multiracial democracy. Democracy is the vision we're offering to this body, this building that has forgotten it. And so we're waiting now for the minutes from the city council meeting, but I want to thank everybody for coming out, the thousands of people from across the state and across this nation who showed up, because this is not about one person. It's not about one position, but it's about a movement of people power to restore the soul and heart of what this building should represent, and that is democracy. And so I want to thank you all for being here today, particularly the young people who are the heartbeat of this movement. It was students walking out of classes and taking to this Capitol that led us into the well that day, calling for common sense gun laws. And the first thing I do when I walk into this building as a representative is to continue that call for common sense gun legislation.
Let's go, baby.
Secondly, we are calling on House Speaker Cameron Sexton to resign as Speaker of the House.
Based.
He is an enemy of democracy, and the people have spoken. And so we will continue to speak up and resist and show up, because this is the rebirth, the resurrection of a movement in Tennessee that's going to keep going, not just today, but in the days ahead. We will continue to show up and birth a new South, because right here in Nashville, we've had movements before led by young people that transformed this nation, and it's our time again. Forward together, not one step back.
Just absolutely, like, every time I hear this man speak, like, I feel like hope, like a spark of hope, you know? Both Justin Jones and Justin Pearson, like, incredible speakers. We need more people who focus on, like, that ability to orate, you know? There aren't a ton of great speakers in the Democratic Party. Like, Obama was really, really good. But part of the problem of Obama is, like, he ultimately didn't walk the walk, but he was able to fucking campaign. Like, we've seen, like, him poking out here and there during the midterms, and just absolutely, like, given roaring speeches, you know? But Obama, like, they don't do much with Obama. It's so weird that they don't do more with Obama.
Justin, what has this meant to you to have the support? Justin, what has this meant to you?
Sorry.
Have this kind of support. What has this meant to you?
It just shows that our movement is bigger than one person, that it's thousands of people from across the nation and literally across the world who've shown up today to stand in solidarity with the crime that happened here in Tennessee. And people are resisting, people are showing up, people are calling us to act. And the decision to expel us yesterday was not the final decision. On Thursday, was not the final decision. That they try to crucify democracy, but you see here a resurrection of a movement, a multiracial movement for democracy happening in Tennessee.
They tried to crucify democracy. God damn!
Our brother Pearson.
Oh, Justin Pearson.
Yes.
How you doing, sir? Good to see you.
Great to see you again.
What does it say to see this happen?
Yes! Democracy still works, and people power always wins.
Oh god. But yeah, we do have to note, like, this wasn't Republicans doing, like, a performative gesture here. Republicans were trying to seize power. They were trying to steal the votes and democracy of the people of these fine young men represented. Can we post links? Yeah, you can post links. Also, came across this this little story. They interviewed him later today, rather. Justin Jones had a little story to tell about his experiences at the Capitol today. Let's take a little look at it.
Any of the Republicans who voted to expel you on Thursday night?
I actually happened to be on the elevator with the Representative Bud Halsey, who filed the resolution to expel me. I greeted him, and I also asked him, did he learn anything from this experience? He said that, it's part of leadership's decision to kind of ask him to file this, and, besides that was very quiet. But I think, the Republicans are in a point of reflection here in Tennessee, that what they did, they thought would happen without any resistance, but it has the world watching what's happening here. The Speaker of the House is trying to backtrack now. But like I said today, we are calling for his resignation. He is an enemy of democracy, and he doesn't deserve to be in that office of as Speaker of the House any longer.
So just to be clear, this Republican that you were in the elevator with essentially tried to say that it wasn't his idea to introduce that, or tried to, like, shirk responsibility for it? What was
correct?
How did you respond to that?
He said that they asked him because he's chairman of. He said that they asked him because he's chairman of Criminal Justice Committee. But when I asked him, did he learn anything from this experience, he was silent. He's Representative Bud Halsey from East Tennessee, Kingsport, and there was, really, I don't know if there was any thing more said besides that, but you could see that there is a point of reflection happening here, that they thought their attacks on democracy would just happen without any type of resistance, without any type of accountability. But the opposite's happening, and it's put a spotlight on what's happening in this building. And so, the Republicans who are in our leadership group, again, we must continue to push so that the voices of all people of Tennessee are heard. That's all we were asking for, is that let us speak for our district. These young people who are saying we want to live. These mass shootings keep happening. We had another one here today in Louisville. I mean, we must act on this issue of this proliferation of guns in our community. That's what we're going to do. And so they told me today I can file 15 bills because I'm now technically a new member. Every one of those bills is going to have to do with common sense gun laws. Every single one of those bills is going to have to do with that, because that's what these young people are begging us to do. And so when I come tomorrow, I'm going to work on that legislation, get it to the Speaker's office, and let's take action before we go adjourn from session.
How soon do you plan to file those bills?
As soon as the end of the week, whenever legal returns that legislation to me, I'll go over to the clerk's office and have it filed, because this is an urgent issue. We're in a crisis here. Our young people are begging us to act. They asked us to ban assault weapons, and on Thursday, my colleagues here responded by assaulting democracy.
Oh God, it's so good. It's so good to see this fucking guy back in politics. Hell yeah. And it's so nice to see someone somewhere doing something about gun violence in this country. Like, not only was that an attack on democracy, it was also an attack against, like, any attempt to try and, like, curb the rampant gun violence in America. Solazar Biscuit just posted a link to this story, which was from just earlier today. Florida man shoots into crowded restaurant because he was upset and that he was asked to leave. So basically, in this story, this man went to a restaurant called The Back Porch. This 28-year-old man, Christopher Nordick, and apparently after a few drinks started harassing female guests at the restaurant, wouldn't take no for an answer. They had to kick him out. And then he came back a few minutes later. When he got to the side of the building, that's when his intent became clear, said the general manager. He started pulling on doors, trying to get in. Johnson said his staff heard gunshots coming from the parking lot and started to move people into the kitchen. At that point, the man then started shooting through the front door of the restaurant, according to the police. The Seminole County Sheriff's Office said there were about 25 people inside the restaurant at the time that Nordick fired at least 10 rounds. So, luckily no one was hurt here, but that man easily could have killed at least 10 people. Just firing randomly into a restaurant. What for? Because he got mad. He got mad he was asked to leave, and he happened to have a gun on him, so he was able to act on that anger to try and murder a room full of people. Because he was upset. Like, here's the thing that a lot of people just don't get, right? Like, everyone is a responsible gun owner until suddenly they're not. You know? Like, that's part of the thing, right? Like, for a lot of people, they do not take gun ownership seriously. They do not believe that they are irresponsible until suddenly they get really angry, really upset, and then they're just like, oh, fuck it, I got a gun just laying loose in my glove compartment box in my car. Just go pop that open, they grab it, load it, and then they go and try and murder a bunch of people in a restaurant because they're upset and a little drunk. Like, doesn't even have to be like a compelling reason. Doesn't have to be like, oh, gee whiz, I hate those blacks that are in the restaurant. Nope. All it has to be is like, someone looked at me funny in that restaurant and made me angry. Forlorn 79, what are you talking about? Takes more work to get a car than a gun? It does. It quantifiably takes so much more effort to get a car and the ability to drive it than it does to get a gun. There's a reason I'm not a gun owner. I have serious depression problems. Yeah, and that is a perfectly fine and valid reason not to have a gun. Yeah, luckily in this instance, no one was shot and killed. But, like, it's kind of a miracle, right? That no one was shot and killed. When he starts firing through the front door, it's insane that no one was hit. Absolutely mental. Now, for those of you who are waiting to see what happens with Justin Pearson in Tennessee, he is going to be voted on, like, his fate will be decided by the Shelby County Commission on Wednesday. They are the political body that decides whether or not expelled State Representative Justin J. Pearson will be appointed to fill his own vacant seat. So keep your fingers crossed. We'll keep an eye on what happens in Shelby County on Wednesday, aka tomorrow. We want to make sure we want to keep our fingers crossed to bring both our boys back to the State House. So let's go, baby. I'm from Europe. Who am I rooting for? You're rooting for Justin J. Pearson. Justin J. Pearson was expelled from the Tennessee House of Representatives for protesting in favor of gun reform in order to protect people after a mass shooting. So for this horrendous crime, they expelled him from the body, which means that he's effectively not the current state representative of his county. So the county is now appointing a replacement to fill the vacancy, and they are looking at Justin J. Pearson to fill his own vacancy. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-da-do. He's based. He's very based. I haven't gotten... We've played a lot of Justin Jones speeches. I wonder if we can find a Justin Pearson speech. Is this it?
Speaker.
Yes.
I just want to ask a point of privilege. Speaker, point of personal privilege. Is it possible that Senator Ackberry could join us up here?
This is Justin Pearson.
State House Representative.
Yeah, she can come.
Thank you. Thank you. She's going to stand next to me. Leader Camper. Come on, Senator. All glory and honor to God, who makes all things possible, who takes the son of teenage parents Kimberly Owens Pearson and Jason C. Pearson and brings them to an institution built by enslaved people's hand. All glory and honor to God, who brings those who've been marginalized and excluded into this place and tells them that you still have a voice, that you still are somebody, and that the movement for love and justice cannot be stopped because we've still got a heartbeat, because we've still got a movement for love that needs us. We've still got people who are calling on us to act and to do something. To all you who still believe that the best days for democracy are ahead. For all of you who still believe that our better days in Tennessee are ahead, I want to tell you that I still believe with you. And how is it that even now amidst persecution, on this Holy Week, after my own brother Justin Jones, Representative Jones, gets expelled from the House, is it that we still have hope and faith and belief in the democracy of Tennessee, faith and hope in the belief in the democracy of the United States of America? How is it that you still have hope, you descendant of enslaved people? How is it that you still have hope? Well, it's because even from the bottom of slave ships, my people didn't quit. Even in cotton fields and rice fields, my people didn't quit. Even when they were whipped and chained and told they had no name, my people didn't quit. Even when they incarcerated us, locked us up for a crack cocaine epidemic created by President Ronald Reagan to fund a war in South America, my people didn't quit. Even when they defunded our schools, separated us and called us colored and white, even when they put us on lynching trees in the state of Tennessee, specifically in Shelby County, my people didn't quit. Even now, as our own brothers and sisters lay to rest because of the failure of people in positions of power to do something, because people are refusing to pass just laws to end the epidemic of gun violence in the state of Tennessee, my people have yet to quit. And so even now, amidst this vote, amidst this persecution, I remember the good news. Hallelujah, Jesus. I remember that on Friday, the government decided that my Savior Jesus, a man that was innocent of all crimes except fighting for the poor, fighting for the marginalized, fighting for the LGBTQ community, fighting for those who are single mothers, fighting for those who are ostracized, fighting for those pushed to the periphery. My Savior, my black Jesus, he was lynched by the government on Friday. And they thought that all hope had been lost. The outside, it rained and it thundered and everybody said everything was over, and it was some black women who stood at the cross. It was some black women who watched what the government did to that boy named Jesus. They were witnesses, as you have been witnesses to what is happening in the anti-democratic state of Tennessee. They were witnesses to what was going on, and I got to tell you, it got quiet on Saturday. Yes, I tell you, it was a sad day on Saturday. All hope seemed to be lost. Representatives were thrown out of the State House. Democracy seemed to be at its end. Seemed like the NRA and gun lobbyists might win. But oh, that was good news for us. I don't know how long this Saturday in the state of Tennessee might last. But oh, we have good news, folks. We've got good news that Sunday always comes. Resurrection is a promise, and it is a prophecy. It's a prophecy that came out of the cotton fields. It's a prophecy that came out of the lynching tree. It's a prophecy that still lives in each and every one of us in order to make the state of Tennessee the place that it ought to be in. So I've still got hope because I know we are still here and we will never quit.
Fuck yes.
Out of order. Out of order. We're voting on House Resolution 63. All those in favor, vote aye when the bell rings. Those opposed, vote no. Has every member voted? Does any member wish to change their vote?
We begin today's show.
God damn, that was amazing. Yeah, and Ariane Atari, like it. I know it can be off-putting, especially to non-religious folks, but the African American kind of resiliency in civil rights movement and oratory is almost intrinsically linked with their religious beliefs of the evangelical South. But it's also worth noting that the black churches, the black evangelical churches and the white evangelical churches are quite different beasts in America. Just call me Ariane. I mean, I can try. I can't guarantee you I'll remember. I'm so sorry. Yeah, just god damn, what a speech. What a speech. Yeah, MLK was a preacher. Like, a lot of the leaders of the civil rights movement have been teacher or preachers, etc. Yeah, we need more people like that. And by the way, this is why I reject the notion that a lot of people put forward that we need like a like an a-religious leftist movement, because frankly, I don't think we're ever going to get that in America, not within our lifetimes. And yeah, we need to, at the very least, accept and integrate the different religious beliefs of others into any leftist movement. Just absolutely incredible speaking ability. Lately, my mantra has been Malcolm X's "Be kind, be courteous, but if a man puts his hands on you, send him to the cemetery." Yeah. Yeah, you know, I would really, Ariane, I'd really like it if America didn't go full fascist theocracy. That would be good for everyone if that didn't happen. But hey, who knows? Maybe the evangelical church will overplay its hand and will tax religious institutions. Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion it might be better for like all of the queer and trans people here if we didn't fall to fascism, but that's just me. All right. Moving right along. We have so many things to talk about tonight. We're already 2 hours deep. Goddamn. Okay. All right. We will break up the tension a little bit with I do not understand. With something I do not understand. Um Oh, I'll take a look, Mint. I've been for those of you who've been trying to get in touch with me, because I know it's not just Mint, just putting this out there, folks. My mom's in the hospital again. I disconnected over the weekend, and I have to do my taxes. So I've been dealing with a fuck ton. And I'm really sorry if my short attention span and like my inability to focus, like, and all of the other stuff that I'm dealing with, like, gets in the way and I forget to respond to you guys. It's not because I don't want to or because I don't like you. It's not because of any of those reasons. It's just I am a finite being. Solazar, she should be okay. She should be okay. The main thing was she had fluid building up in her lungs and they didn't know why, so she had to go to the hospital. But it seems like they have that under control now, so that's good. That's good. Should we just watch cat videos? I would love to watch cat videos, but unfortunately, watching cat videos is not the brand that I built for myself online. No, I don't, Lady Raincloud. Anyway. Back on track. So, I don't understand this, chat. I don't understand why it is that people keep thinking that it's a good idea to go and have a sit-down chit-chat with Jon Stewart. I don't get that. I don't at all. Like, what government official gets, like, a request from Jon Stewart's producers, and they're like, oh boy, I get to chat with famous comedian Jon Stewart. This is gonna be great. I'm gonna go on his show, and we're gonna be best friends. Like, what's going through your mind here? He's coming after you. He's going to go for the jugular. Like he's going to eviscerate you on camera. What are you doing? It's wild. So I think as an introductory to this topic, this is perfect, okay? This is absolutely perfect. Somehow Jon Stewart got on C-SPAN to question the defense deputy secretary on budget. So for those of you who don't know this, right? For like over a decade now, they've been trying to audit the Defense Department, like the Pentagon. They've been trying to do a full audit of the military. And every single time, they fail to do it. Just mysteriously, it looked pretty bad, but we couldn't finish the audit. Whoopsie-doopsie. Every single time. So, Jon Stewart has a few questions about the military budget for this Deputy Secretary of Defense. Let's see how this goes. I'm gonna give you guys a hint. It's not gonna go super well for the Deputy Secretary of Defense.
Do you feel like these are unfair questions of somebody within a department of that size and scope? Do you feel that it's somewhat
I think
unfair?
you have a particular thing you really want to talk about and you're asking me other questions, but I don't think it's unfair to ask me about the audit. It's absolutely the case that the United States military should be able to pass an audit, and we've got to be on that pathway to get there.
But don't you think that does speak to the larger point that we're trying to get at, which is good journalism uncovers corruption? And
okay, I mean, good journalism does uncover corruption, but I'm not sure these two things are linked. An audit is not.
But they are.
Okay, so you need to explain to me, do you understand what an audit does and the degree to which it is linked to the question that you're asking?
Oh my good bitch. You are about to be blown out so hard. Did you really just ask Jon Stewart if he knows what an audit is? Fuck you.
I believe so.
Okay, go ahead. Give me your explanation.
No, I don't mind learning. So what I would suggest is that the audit that they have in the military doesn't really look at whether or not there's efficacy. It's just whether they got delivered the thing that they ordered. And
yeah, this is a current official. This is a current official who agreed to do this. She went in there voluntarily.
That is any audit. That is any audit. That is true.
But generally, those audits aren't $400 billion for Raytheon and $1.7 trillion for a plane.
I'll see what I can do. 10-letter name.
Like, there is a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse within a system.
Audits and waste, fraud, and abuse are not the same thing. So let's decompose these pieces.
Please educate me on
sure.
What
so an
the
audit is
difference
exactly what you just described, which is, do I know what was delivered to which place?
Right.
The ability to pass an audit or the fact that the DoD has not passed an audit is not suggestive of waste, fraud, and abuse. That is completely false right there. So
what is
now it's a question of, it's suggestive that we don't have an accurate inventory that we can pull up of what we have where.
Oh yeah, we just don't have an accurate inventory of what we can find where. You know, nothing. That's not indicative of any fraud that could occur. That's not indicative of any waste that could occur. That's not indicative of any waste that could occur. My good bitch. If you don't have an accurate inventory, then obviously things can just go missing. Yes? Obviously things just might not arrive to other places. Mysteriously, entire shipments might disappear into the ether, like a tooth spirited away by the tooth fairy.
That is not the same as saying we can't do that because waste, fraud, and abuse has occurred.
So in my world,
Yeah.
that's waste.
How is that waste?
If I give you $1 billion and you can't tell me what happened to it, that to me is wasteful. That means you are not responsible. But if you can't tell me where it went, then what am I supposed to think? And when there has been reporting, I mean, this is not, look, I'm not.
Man, the fact that Jon Stewart can just be like so chill. Jon Stewart is so fucking chill. Just like, well, yeah, but like if you can't, you know, tell me what you did with $1 billion, that indicates that, you know, you shouldn't be getting $1 billion. Like, just the amount of chill he has is ridiculous.
I'm not saying this is on you and that
Hey,
you
bunny
caused
girl.
this, but I think it's a tough argument to
I'm pretty
make
sure I
that
didn't cause it.
an $850 billion budget to an organization that can't pass an audit and tell you where that money went, like, I think most people would consider that somewhere in the realm of waste, fraud, or abuse, because they would wonder why that money isn't well accounted for. And especially when they see food insecurity on military bases, and they see...
You want to talk about that? Because that's a good... we should be talking... I mean,
Well,
I'm
it's
trying to
all-
understand
is-
where you're trying to go, other than the dollars, which really
Well,
bother you.
I think it doesn't really bother me.
Well, the dollars that really bother. Yeah, where do you think those dollars come from, lady? They come from hardworking Americans. They come from taxpayers. Taxpayers to whom the government is beholden to, who deserve to know where their taxes are being used.
I think it's all connected.
Okay.
I think
tell
when
me,
I
tell
look...
me that story. Tell me how you're thinking about that.
When I see a State Department get a certain amount of money and a military budget be 10 times that, and I see a struggle within government to get people like more basic services, and then that department that got that, I mean, we got out of 20 years of war and the Pentagon got a $50 billion raise. Like, that's shocking to me. Now, I may not understand exactly the ins and outs and the incredible magic of an audit, but I'm a human being who lives on the earth and can't figure out how $850 billion to a department means that the rank and file still have to be on food stamps. Like, to me, that's fucking corruption. I'm sorry. And if that blows your mind, and if you think like that's like a crazy agenda for me to have, I really think that that's institutional thinking, and that it's not looking at the day-to-day reality of the people that you call the greatest fighting force in the world. So I get back to this idea of like, I'm not looking to pick a fight with you, but I am surprised at that the reaction to these questions are, you don't know what an audit is, bucko. Like, that's just weird to me.
Okay. On food insecurity, major priority for us. A lot of funds are going toward that. The biggest issues.
How much funds are going towards that? Oh, you don't know exactly. Maybe you could use an audit for that. Maybe you could use an audit to tell us how much funds are going to that. How many of those funds are making it to the rank and file? Damn, if only we had an audit that could tell us.
We have found, first of all, we have significantly increased funding on food insecurity. And we do think we are getting much better on that. We believe some of the challenges we face are not what you often think of as, food insecurity as hunger. They're really around, do we have food available? For instance, as people come on and off shifts, is it healthy food? Those are the types of food insecurity issues we are seeing in and around our military installations. We have increased pay 2 times in a row here. We've done 4.6% pay raise last year. We've asked for a 5.2% pay raise this year. We've also increased basic allowances and increased housing and pay and other allowances. So overall, we definitely think we need to increase the spending that we are putting forward toward our service members and their families. We're putting our money where our mouth is. Another big area is childcare. Spending a lot more money on childcare. That includes both childcare facilities and it includes.
By the way, just worth noting that in 2023, compared to last year, inflation has been 6%. Has gone up by 6%. So the 5.2% raise that they're giving the rank and file soldiers doesn't even keep up with inflation. So just keep that in mind. Put that in your back pocket.
Includes benefit that allows folks to go out on the economy to get childcare and have that subsidized by the government. Those are all examples of ways we're trying to put money forward for our service members and their families.
God. Was there... It feels like there was more to this. Let me just take a...
There are a lot of places to get...
Take a quick look here. Maybe there's not. That's weird. Yeah, huh, weird. Anyway. So, that all leads into, folks, oh god, this story. Which, pretty wacky. Turns out that the Pentagon just doesn't have some of its top secret files related to foreign policy, specifically regarding Ukraine and Russia. And whoever leaked them posted them on Discord. So just screenshots of like or not screenshots, but like pictures of crumpled physical documents posted onto Discord. Blackjack Sass, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. It's wild stuff. So let's keep going here because this gets juicy.
Lloyd Austin vowed to turn over every rock to find out who leaked classified U.S. intelligence on the Ukraine war, as well as national security secrets in the Middle East and Asia. CBS's Catherine Herridge now on what investigators are zeroing in on.
It's okay, Archangel.
Tonight, Defense Secretary Austin acknowledged the leaked documents were exposed on the web potentially for weeks.
Where exactly and who had access at that point, we don't know. We simply don't know at this point.
The probe, being led by FBI investigators, is making progress. Austin drilled down on key dates.
I do have to say, if you are dumb enough to take physical documents without, like, you know, it's already dumb if you're like a president of the United States who's now out of office. That's already dumb as shit. But at the very least, you have a reasonable, like, reason to believe you're not just going to be immediately, like, black-bagged by the CIA. You know? But if you're just like a normie and you go into a top secret like facility and take documents, you are fucked. Do you think they will absolutely find the leaker, Kropotkin's love? There's no way they don't. I've talked with people who have worked at these facilities. You have to like scan your ID card every time you open any door in any one of these facilities. Okay? You have to go through so many different levels of security to get into these. Okay? Like, what if the leaker lives in another country like Belarus? Well, here's the thing, a lot of apples. We know that they had to be in one of our facilities because they have the physical documents. Someone physically took those documents out. Oh, it was just my dog. Someone physically took those documents out. And they're going to absolutely be able to find whoever that person was, even if they pass them along to someone else. Yeah, like there's no way. There's no way whoever did this isn't going to be like fucking disappeared off the face of the earth. Didn't hear what was leaked? We'll get to that.
The documents that we are aware of are dated the 28th of February, 1st of March. I don't know if there are other documents that have been online before.
As the investigation accelerates, two officials tell CBS News it does not appear to be a cyber leak, but rather a physical theft of highly classified material.
By a fucking moron. I'm sorry. If you walk into a top secret government facility and think that they are not going to catch you, you are fucked in the head, okay?
Before the leak, sources say about 1,000 people or more potentially had access. It has since been scaled back.
How will the FBI and Pentagon investigators narrow?
Yeah, by the way, you think the FBI doesn't have like the human resources to go through 1,000 suspects? Nah, they've been crossing people. I'd be surprised if they probably have a list down to like 12 people by now.
Or the universe of suspects.
It's actually easier the higher the level of classification of a brief.
Robert Anderson, who worked counterintelligence and espionage at the FBI, told CBS News highly classified material is also highly restricted, and that should help investigators.
You're really going to start looking at who was it shared with and who had access, and particularly who couriered it and who brought it to and fro.
The leaked records were apparently printed before being photographed and uploaded to Discord, a gaming platform. There are potential clues buried in the background, like a hunting magazine ad or sports equipment. That could bring investigators even closer.
Look, okay. All they have to do to find the leaker is interview every suspect they have, and whichever one is just drooling from the mouth, just like a literal slobbering idiot, that's the one who did it, okay? There's no way anyone with any semblance of useful intellect would do this.
Meanwhile, the administration is dealing with the diplomatic fallout.
We have engaged with allies and partners at high levels over the past days, including to reassure them about our own commitment to safeguarding intelligence.
Two U.S. officials tell CBS News steps are being taken to reduce the risk. The number of people receiving classified briefs like the ones that linked has shrunk significantly. Nora?
Catherine Herridge, thank you very much.
Yeah, like the entire resources of the DOJ, I'd be surprised if like the FBI and like the CIA, like I'm sure every single department is on this. They are going to find this guy and he is going to be so cooked. Car bombed. Yeah, hey Sweet Myths Music. How you doing? Okay. So, of course, there's more, you know. For those of you who like are wondering what were the actual contents here. So key details about Russia's war in Ukraine. Let's see. What do we got here? Okay. What were the details? Okay, different batches of documents have appeared online in stages, some posted over a month ago. but only coming to light widely late last week. As of now, senior defense officials have little idea who may have been behind the leak. Some have speculated in recent days that it could have been a Pentagon official's child wanting to show off to his friends on Discord, a social media and gaming platform. But it still wouldn't explain why the documents were removed from the Pentagon in the first place, officials said. Let's see. The fact that the paper was folded up tells me this person did not have that authority. Let's see. Pentagon officials have been warned that anything they say about the situation could be used as part of a criminal investigation. So a lot of people aren't really willing to come forward, though one senior defense official said it's embarrassing. Let's see. In addition to tablets, Pentagon officials will be given binders of printed out intelligence daily, said two senior U.S. officials. Yeah, let's see here. Trying to figure out what exactly... okay. The leaked Pentagon documents suggest U.S. is pessimistic about Ukraine quickly ending the war against Russia. So that appears to be the main thrust of these documents. So let's see. These documents highlight weaknesses in Ukraine's weaponry and air defenses and predicting a stalemate in the war for months to come. The documents, which appear to date from February and March, detail many of Ukraine's perceived military shortfalls as Kyiv prepares for a spring counteroffensive against Russia. Several of the classified documents warn that Ukraine's medium-range air defenses to protect frontline troops will be completely reduced by May 23rd, suggesting Russia could soon have aerial superiority, and Ukraine could lose the ability to amass ground forces in a counteroffensive. The documents also underscore lingering problems with Russia's own military offensive, predicting that the result will be a stalemate between the two sides for the foreseeable future. Russia's grinding campaign of attrition in the Donbass region is likely heading towards a stalemate, thwarting Moscow's goal to capture the region in 2023, states one of the classified documents. Let's see. They appear to be part of a daily intelligence briefing deck prepared for the Pentagon's senior leaders, including Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Mark Milley. The leaking of the documents, many of which were marked top secret, represents a major national security breach, and the Pentagon is now investigating. Let's see. However, retired Lieutenant General Mark Hertling, a CNN national security and military analyst, said he did not think the document leak would alter Kyiv's plans. I haven't seen anything in the documents that I've seen that would cause me as a commander to change my plans, Hertling said. It's given some information to the Russians in terms of unit locations and ammo and equipment capabilities, but I would venture to say that the Russians already knew all that anyway. So that's kind of where we are on that. There's not a lot of new stuff that came out from these leaks. So mostly what this is just like no new information, but who did this and why? And it is interesting that they suggested like the child of a staffer, like that could be, but also like how would the child that like a child getting their hands on top secret documents from the military is also like a major security breach. Like how did the person's parents get their hands on those documents in the first place and take them out of the top secret facility? Like that is also a huge whoopsie daisy in the biz. Yeah, maybe it was take your child to work day. Oh God. He hacked the mainframe. Well, folks, we've now been going for about 2 hours. If you've been enjoying the content, if you found this interesting, if you have found this educational, if you found this funny or fun, and don't want to be transphobic because it is my birthday, my 5-year anniversary of being on HRT, consider financially supporting the stream. You can give subs or make a donation. Go to riverboat.gg to come on over to the live on-screen chat right here, and I will pay more attention to you. But also, yeah, 5 years on HRT. How about that? I didn't think I would survive more than 3, so you know what? I feel like I've done a pretty good job. And if you guys don't want to be transphobic, you better come over to riverboat.gg and make some donos. Yeah, 5-year-old titties. Hey, Sweet Myths Music, thank you for the $10 dono. Happy birthday, thank you. And also, I am in a punish her, or a Punisher gender bent cosplay. I did promise you guys that I would do a cosplay at the end of last stream because you guys donated a lot of money and I really appreciated it. Ooh woo. Sweet Myths Music again, thank you for that $10 dono. I really appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much. Squish. Dope as fuck cosplay. One day I want to do Nightwing. Hell, you'd be a great Nightwing, Sweet Myths Music. You have like a I don't know how to say this without it sounding weird. You have like a superhero head shape. I hope that doesn't sound weird. Also, imagine being the owner of Dreamstand's only Discord and you wake up and have all FBI agents in the world at your door. Yeah. Oh, God. And folks, can we get any more donos? Because so far, Ashley isn't transphobic, Lotta Apples isn't transphobic, Fish Missile isn't transphobic, Archangel DeKalb isn't transphobic, Sweet Myths isn't transphobic. But are you? Mint Kuro, you are not transphobic. You're too much of a cinnamon roll. GD Reaper, you are transphobic. It's true. Are we talking about Anna and Jenk? No, I'm trying to guilt people into donoing to my stream because it's my birthday. It's true, Kropotkin's loaf. You are transphobic, but you know what? You can, every single one of you can fix being a transphobe with a simple donation to riverboat.gg, okay? There's a dono button, there's a gifted sub button. All of that will wash your transphobic sins and transgressions away. Yeah, it's my 5-year anniversary of being on estrogen, Moldavite Wormhole. It's honestly a more important day to me than my birthday. Ben2 Jumanji, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime, and thank you for not being transphobic. Oh, also, again, if you guys are over on Twitch or YouTube, you can get on screen here by coming over to riverboat.gg. That's where the on-screen chat is. Paladin, thank you for the $40 dono. A very merry unbirthday to you, to me. Wait, a very merry unbirthday to you, to me. A very merry unbirthday to you. Let us all congratulate with another cup of tea. A very merry unbirthday to you. Thank you for the $40 dono. And Spectral Pyre, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Transphobia Begone spell. It's quite an effective spell. Unfortunately, not a spell they've invented in the Harry Potter universe yet, strangely. It's true, Jesus would also make a dono. Okay, I need to use the bathroom real quick, but I will be right back. And then we'll come back and I'll talk about TYT, because you guys have been asking me to talk about it all stream, and I'll do that. Excuse me. But I'll give you guys my TYT takes. Well, we'll get to it, Austin Coulson. Here we go. It's true. It's the girl day, Spitfire. Also, hello, Eurovision fam and Vacant Zero over on YouTube chat. Oh, okay, GD Reaper. Cool, getting spicy over there. All right, BRB. It's such a fun song. And it's also a giant fuck you to the fascists who want to eliminate trans people. It's so good. And you know what? I'd be remiss. Just wanted to play this here. From Sweet Myths Music. Talking about the point of that song that we were just jamming to.
I never really do these videos just because I feel like I'm pretty blunt with my lyrics, but I wanted to do something a little different for Rise. Rise is inspired lyrically by the current anti-trans legislation that is happening in our country, and specifically the red states, which is frankly just genocidal. I wanted to write lyrics about how it's sometimes living your authentic self and who you wish to truly be, in spite of people that are trying to erase who you are, is in itself an act of rebellion. When people listen to it, I hope that they get a feeling of empowerment, of invincibility, of strength, especially at times where it feels like all hope is lost or that things are really bad, because they are. I hope this keeps them pushing forward and rising above the oppression and hate that is going through our country. So trans rights and trans thriving.
Hell yeah. And trans, I know you said thriving, but I really liked that the caption said trans driving. A lot of you out there do need to learn how to drive, okay? That's just basic survival. But yeah, no, like I don't know. I really love this song, Sweet Myths Music. I like it a lot, and you did a really good job, and I know you worked real hard on it, and it's just absolute banger. I actually listened to it off stream too, so like it's good stuff. And for folks who would like to check it out, that is Rise by Sweet Myths Music. I'll link to the YouTube video if you guys want to check that out. There you go. There you go. Good stuff. It has a special spark of defiance and just fucking bangs. They also wrote the Vosh intro, yeah.
I never really do these videos.
Oh
just
God, why is it
because
autoplaying? No, stop. Okay. All right. And yeah, look, my cosplay heavily inspired by the Punisher saying trans rights. Indeed. Definitely not an old Tumblr outfit I used to wear. No, sir. When I was doing my amateur modeling on Tumblr. Also, just because Ashley brought it up, let's take a look here.
I'm hopeful that I'll be reinstated tomorrow. The truth is, state legislators, and people in the governor's office, I've been told, are threatening to withhold over $300 million of funding to Shelby County and Memphis if I am reinstated. But the voices of the people are clear that they want and deserve to have a restoration of representation. Their representation in District 86 was taken from them because their representatives stood up and spoke up for 6 people in Nashville who will never have the chance to speak again because they were killed by gun violence, because their representative said enough is enough. Folks like Larry Thorne, my own classmate who's died from gun violence, will never have a chance to protest, will never have a chance to speak up about this issue. And because we decided to speak up, they said the response was not to do something about gun violence, not to pass an assault weapons ban, not to have red flag laws, not to have gun safety storage laws, is to expel the voices that are advocating for those things.
Damn straight. But yeah, they are threatening consequences if these young black men get reinstated. I have no doubt that Tennessee is willing to the Republicans in Tennessee, let me correct myself, are more than willing to enact those punishments. I do have to say, I'm worried about them. Frankly, like, a lot of eloquent black men who are very skilled orators have come to premature ends in southern states, especially. Mask off consequences. Oh, Ariane, in places like this, the mask is never on in the first place. You know? Like, it would not surprise me at all, but it would enrage me if one of these promising young men was found assassinated. I don't know what state the GOP member was from, but I saw a pic of one that really looked like fucking Southern slave owner. Well, it should come as no surprise to you then that a lot of the Southern GOP is made up of wealthy families that made their wealth off the back of slavery. So, you're not far off, okay? Okay. So, I want to get to some content, but you have qualified for a hype train. But I'm gonna give my state. I'm gonna talk about this TYT thing today, and we're gonna talk about TYT. We're gonna talk about Cenk and Anna, and then we're gonna do our hype train because I will want to dance after that. Okay? Oh, thank you, Entrama. So, people, you guys have been asking me about the TYT situation all stream. I'm gonna talk about it, okay? So, basically, Cenk Uygur of the Young Turks, whom I have a massive amount of respect for him. I do not know or understand what is happening. What is happening at TYT with Cenk and Anna? I don't get it. It'd be nice to like see them talk about it on stream, like actually like have a conversation about it. I'd be willing to talk about it. For example, but I don't know that they're frankly that willing to talk with someone like me at this point. So let's see here. Earlier today, Cenk Uygur went on Twitter and he posted the following. Okay. Left-wing extremists help right-wing so much. 66% of this country is left-wing, according to polling on policy issues. They don't believe in defunding the police, or being called Latinx, or calling women birthing people, or abolishing prisons. Anyone who claims they do is lying. So, as you might imagine, this rubbed a lot of people the wrong way. Okay? USA Hole, thank you for the 5 gifted subs over on Twitch. I appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. God damn. And Emma, obviously a ton of people commented on this. And I'm just gonna, the only one that I really care about here is Emma Vigland and the Serfs here. Lance from the Serfs. Okay? Now, Emma Vigland responds, "Isn't your point contradictory? If that number is correct, that means that any aversion to inclusive language is marginal compared to policy sets. Democrats have been doing well electorally as well. Nobody's making voting decisions based on clumsy activist or medical language. What helps the right here is ceding ground to them and not being proactive in reframing the debate around these phrases, which we have to do on behalf of the country's most marginalized groups. If people prefer inclusive language, shouldn't we listen and make the case for them?" Which, I don't know if she goes on here. Yeah. Also, yeah, we saw this clip. Oh god, I'm not going to use this one. I don't like when people add captions over clips. But that's a clip we showed it a few days ago of, without the captions. We showed it a few days ago of Anna Kasparian, like, basically making the argument for inclusive language in response to Josh Hawley's very transphobic comments. Okay? So I think that Emma's response here, totally fine. I do not think she's being antagonistic here. I think she is being quite even-handed and respectful. Okay? The Surf says birthing person is an inclusionary term for trans men and non-binary people who give birth. No one is saying women can't be called women, except for right-wingers who do that to trans women. This is a non-issue that's being elevated as a real one. So, okay. I think both of those, fine responses. All right? Oh god, we're gonna get into some of these here. Okay? One of the and again, after this, Cenk just went on like a massive reply spree with David Dole, who does, oh god, what does David do? David Dole, the Rational National, of course. Yeah. Responds to the Rational National, saying there are a number of issues that TYT advocated for before they became popular. Gay marriage, Medicare for all as examples. Why change your position to now only supporting things that poll well? To which Cenk replies, but unlike gay marriage, none of these are the morally correct positions. There's a reason why 99% of Americans don't want to abolish prisons, because it makes no sense and leads to tremendous injustice. I'm not going to back nonsensical positions because 12 people on Twitter pretend to represent the left and claim no one is allowed to disagree. So, you can see my response down here, which is to ask, it's not morally correct to ensure trans people have abortion rights. Cenk, even under Roe, trans men, gender nonconforming, and intersex people were having to do their own abortions because there were so many who were denied care. The language matters. And I think that this is I think maybe a fundamental disconnect that I have here, which is that obviously the language of policy matters, right? Like how you word policy affects who is covered by that policy. How you phrase coverage affects who is covered. If you leave people out, you can't rely on the goodwill of, like, the GOP to be like, oh, yeah, you said women have a right to an abortion, but we know that that really means, like, anyone who can give birth. We know that includes trans men. We know that that includes intersex people. We know that that includes gender nonconforming groups. No. Why would you think that wording that leaves out people would just be beneficently granted by the GOP? Because we're not talking about, like, these phrases being used colloquially. I think maybe Latinx maybe was like a phrase that was used colloquially, but like I think the results of that are in, and a lot of people don't like it, and that's fine. But the reason birthing people who can give birth is being used in, like, political circles and medical circles is because it matters when you're talking about the care of trans people. You know, and we talked about this a couple weeks ago, but, like, trans women and trans men are, like, 20% less likely to be referred to for, like, different cancer screenings because of how they're perceived. You know, trans men are less likely to be referred for, like, cervical cancer screenings. Trans women are 20% less likely to be referred for colonoscopy and, like, colorectal cancer screenings. And, like, that has a direct impact on, like, the health of trans people. And that's not even entering into the myriad of issues that occur with intersex people or gender non-conforming people who might be cis, you know? One person, by the way, related to this, responded to one of my tweets saying, "Hi," and this is fuck Bokai, Regretta Garbo, on Twitter. "Hi, I am a cis woman, and my insurance once denied my IUD coverage because someone I had never met at a company I worked for went, 'Casey is a boy's name.' Using inclusive policy language harms literally no one. Imagine my surprise when I got a $1,200 bill from Planned Parenthood with treatment incompatible with sex. Like, hey gang, where did they put it then? This took months to fix." And like, that's a cis woman who has a gender ambiguous name. That's not just like, that's not just like, a really butch woman. No, that's just a cis woman. And the bureaucracy assumed from her name that she was not eligible to get this type of treatment that would have otherwise been covered. And if it happens like this for cis people, for cisgender people, imagine what it is like for transgender or intersex people seeking health care. This is why the language matters. And this is why the language matters, especially in healthcare settings. I shared a story last time this topic came up. A friend of mine had to go into the hospital, and there were a bunch of things wrong with her that needed to be checked out in the emergency room. And they repeatedly asked her about her menstruation history. They gave her a pregnancy test. They did all kinds of things, and she only found out that they did these things later because she got billed for them. She's a trans woman who cannot give birth. But the assumptions that people make in healthcare settings are informed by medical healthcare policy. The assumptions that people make in bureaucracy are informed by legal policy, by the legislative policies that are passed. So, I responded to Jenk's earlier tweet. Using the term birthing people is a point of policy. For example, if a policy protects abortion rights for women, you exclude trans men, intersex folks, gender nonconforming people from that protection. Birthing people is an umbrella term to ensure policy protections, which is about as simple as I can possibly make this argument, you know? And, someone who asked here, who's like a cis butch lesbian, asked, like, how does this exclude gender nonconforming people? And I think I just kind of pointed that out, right? Like, there are a set of assumptions that people make based on your appearance, based on your name, based on the bureaucracy and, like, the medical setting. There are a bunch of different aspects here that play into assumptions people make about your internal biology before they ever even look at your actual body or look to your actual needs. And if the assumptions that they make are, oh, you don't need that treatment, then you don't get that treatment oftentimes, you know? Oh, this person's a trans butch lesbian? Oh, she is a trans woman. Okay. All right. Like, I agree that birthing person or whatever is obviously more inclusive of trans men and gender non-binary people, but in what way is it more inclusive for gender non-conforming women? And I respond, there are times when people who do not conform to gender expectations are denied or overlooked for medical care / certain rights due to the assumptions based on appearance or baked into bureaucracy, and that includes gender non-conforming individuals who may be trans or cis, which I feel like is a pretty straightforward answer. Beyond this, it just gets into horrific transphobic nonsense. But, Jenk keeps going, like, I don't know why, though. He responds to Lance from the Surfs. Then what is the disagreement? All of this started with Anna saying she would like to be called a woman. Everyone agrees that's cool. So then you guys lost it and started calling everyone fascist, even though apparently you agree with us. So what are you crying about? So no one's I guess I'm confused here. Okay? So my assumption, right, is that Anna Kasparian is not transphobic. I still don't think she's transphobic. But I'm extraordinarily confused about this whole kerfuffle. I'm really genuinely, I do not understand it, because there are clips of both Cenk and Anna defending inclusive language. There are clips of them doing that like less than a year ago. So I'm confused at the sudden turn on this issue. And I feel like there are a lot of well-meaning people who have tried to point out, like, well, here's why people are using that inclusive language, you know. And like, I understand that it might be off-putting when like someone like AOC uses that language in an interview or something, but we have to understand that she's helping to shape and make this policy. And that policy needs to be inclusive of trans people. So I guess it's just strange to me. Yeah, Law 3 Dog. So I think I feel like there's a lot of like personal feelings and a lot of personal animosity here that I don't fully understand. Maybe it's because I'm autistic and just don't understand the nuances. It feels like this specific topic is being used as like a proxy to work out interpersonal feelings. Okay? That's what it seems like to me. I think that like Anna feels personally attacked by a lot of people. I think that Cenk is kind of ride or die. I think that Cenk is ride or die. And is in attack mode, which is indiscriminate. I don't think, well, I don't think any of this is nuanced at all, right? I'm trying to work through it as like someone who is not very good at human interaction. Despite the fact that I do a show where I talk to you guys for hours, I am not good at human interaction. And yeah, Cenk has always been ride or die. So, well, I don't think human interaction is logical, generally speaking. Humans are not logical creatures. Which is why I need to, like, say this out loud and work through it. Let's see. So, I don't fully know what's going on with these people. I can't read their minds. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt, especially given that they have been so pivotal in my political development over like the last 15 years. You know, like just a long ass time. I'm disappointed in a lot of this reaction that they've been having. I don't fully understand it. I hope that, like, I hope that it resolves soon. But, like, okay, look, like, I think Cenk is ride or die. I think Cenk is ride or die and is in attack mode. I don't know where Anna's coming from. And I've tried for a few weeks to give her like the benefit of the doubt. And like, but this one threw me. Okay? This one I don't know how to put this into context. And I mean, if you don't know why I'm showing this on screen, here you go. People who liked this tweet, a bunch of nobodies in Anna Kasparian, and this tweet by someone who basically only posts transphobic shit. Anna Kasparian, on behalf of the daughter I raised and the billions of women on this planet, please stay on your soapbox. So nice to see a progressive here. The revolt against trans think is growing. And it's just like, I don't know how to interpret this. I don't think Anna's gonna do a why I left the left, but like, I'm confused. I'm a bit hurt. And I don't know what to make of this. You guys know, I try and keep it 100 with you guys. I don't think it's about the money. I don't think it's about the money. I really don't. But I don't think it's about the money, but I sure as shit don't know what all of this is about. Yeah, she liked that tweet. Yeah. And that I don't know how to feel about that. Though I would describe the general emotion I have about it as bad and sad. And guys, you're all entitled to your own opinion. I'm just talking to you guys as like a human being who really looked up to these people, okay? And it's also okay if the humans you look up to are actually just human beings who make mistakes sometimes. I get that. I make mistakes. Except when I'm talking to you guys, I've never made a mistake. Not once. But like, it's disappointing, but I hope this doesn't become heartbreaking. I think, Minkuro, I think that describes kind of where I'm at, you know? That describes where I'm at. I've given a lot of my time and my attention and my care to TYT, a lot of my respect. And so I don't know. I just hope this has a happy resolution. David Dole of the Rational National responds, the issue is adopting right-wing framing is a complete non-issue, like birthing people, meant to further otherize trans people during an unprecedented right-wing attack on their existence. Jenk responds, so David, you agree that birthing people shouldn't be used in a political context as the default term for women. Great, that's exactly what we're saying. Bad news, apparently that means you're adopting right-wing framing. What the fuck? The issue is, it needs to be used in a political context to frame the policy. Otherwise, you have horrific consequences. Horrific consequences. And I saw this a lot in the comments, okay? I saw this a lot. I got a lot of shit. Every time I comment on these things, every time I come forward to try and give a new, like, kind of like a nice and attempted soft-handed explanation for these issues, I get so much shit. So much. And I know it's only a fraction of what all, like, these larger creators have to deal with, obviously. But it's frustrating. I like to argue. And these people are not good at arguing, the ones who are trying to give me shit. But ultimately, what ends up happening is I learn stuff. And what I learned today from dealing with the shit in the Twitter trenches is that there are things are actually really, really bad. So many people are under the impression that Roe v. Wade's protections for women made abortion accessible for trans men, non-binary, and intersex people too. So one of the things that a lot of people responded to me with was that, oh, well, you see, if we have protections for women, obviously that includes trans men and intersex people who can give birth. Obviously it does. And turns out, obviously it doesn't. Okay? So I went and found this journal, the British Medical Journal, Sexual and Reproductive Health, published in 2022, I believe. Or do we have a year? Wait, article info. Am I just missing the year? Oh, okay. Yeah, published in 2021. Okay. Now, this article is Abortion Attempts Without Clinical Supervision Among Transgender, Non-Binary, and Gender-Expansive People in the United States. So, basically, in 2019, which you will note is prior to Roe v. Wade being revoked, we recruited participants for an online survey about sexual and reproductive health. Eligible participants were TGE, which stands for transgender, non-binary, and gender expansive. People assigned female or intersex at birth, 18 years old or older, from across the United States, and recruited through the PRIDE study or via online and in-person postings. Of the 1,694 transgender, non-binary, and gender expansive participants, 76 people, or 36% of those ever pregnant, reported considering trying to end a pregnancy on their own without clinical supervision. So, that's a lot. And a subset of these, around 20% of those ever pregnant, reported attempting to do so. Methods fell into 4 broad categories: herbs, physical trauma, vitamin C, and substance use. Reasons given for abortion without clinical supervision ranged from perceived efficiency and desire for privacy to structural issues, including a lack of health insurance coverage, legal restrictions, denials of or mistreatment within clinical care, and cost. So, I want you guys to take in the fact that even with Roe v. Wade in place, almost 20% of transgender people and gender non-conforming individuals and intersex people who were pregnant attempted to do a self-abortion. One in 5 trans men, gender non-binary people, intersex people capable of giving birth, 1 in 5 attempted to do a solo abortion. And 25% of those attempted to do so with physical trauma. 18% of those did it by trying to overdose. And 38% attempted like folk herbs, which also not safe for you. And like, that's with Roe v. Wade in place, chat. That is with a woman's right to an abortion in place. So when we talk about why the language matters, it matters because, holy shit, 2 out of 5 transgender men or non-binary people or intersex people capable of giving birth 2 out of 5 are like so denied by the system. So the system is so inaccessible to them that they choose instead to think about ending their pregnancy themselves. And 1 in 5 actually go and do it. So that's why the language fucking matters. That's why, and I don't understand this disconnect here, but birthing people isn't used in place of saying woman. Birthing people is used as an umbrella term that includes women in it. It includes women, trans men, non-binary people, intersex people. And it also includes any other condition that we might discover in the future, or that renders one capable of giving birth. That's why it's important to make sure that no one in America is being forced to give birth. This is why politicians use the inclusive language. This is why medical institutions and civil rights organizations use that language. They use that language because it is important to be inclusive, otherwise people fall through the cracks and they suffer enormously, unimaginably. And some of them die. So when we talk about inclusive language, it's not some hippy-dippy peace and love concept. Oh, we need to include everyone in the language, otherwise they're gonna feel bad. No. We include it in the language because otherwise people fucking die. That's why we include it in the language. And this is, and again, like, Jenk doubling down here. She was told why she was wrong by people in the know, and instead of saying, yeah, I was wrong, she said, she and you doubled down on it. Jenk replies, this is exactly what I fight against. People in the know are the most full of shit people on Earth. Whether they're in the establishment or loony right or left, there's no way I'm not going to fight back against arrogant pricks who say that people in the know have already said we are incorrect, so we should apologize and correct ourselves. Nope, I am right, you are wrong. So you go correct your ignorant ass. See, 2 can play at that game. This is just pure reactionary garbage. If you are incapable of taking in new information and learning from that and changing your opinion, changing your stance, admitting you were wrong, and growing as a human being, you are a reactionary. That's all you are. You are incapable of offering political analysis. And it's frustrating, right? Because, like, I pride myself on the fact that I've been wrong in the past. You know? I used to be a conservative Christian. I used to be like the kind of person who'd walk up to you and be like, I'm a get you on Jesus one day. You know, like, I was wrong. A lot of the things I thought about gay people, a lot of the things I thought about trans people, I was wrong. And I'm glad I was wrong. And I'm glad that I've gotten to a point where I can admit I was wrong and look back and see that I have grown as a person and improved my stances. That's growth. And growth is good. You know? Like, and it takes a lot of work to grow, but, like, you need to, you know? You don't want to be one of those, like, I don't know, 90-year-old white people who talk about, like, even if you have good intentions, you don't want to be like one of those 90-year-old white people talking about how gosh, the blacks these days are doing so well for themselves. You know, like come on, just like the blacks these days are so articulate. You don't want to be that person. You don't want to be stuck in that mired old perspective. You want to learn like, oh, grandma, you shouldn't say the blacks anymore. That's pretty not great. Well, then you can be like, oh, my stars and garters. Well, I'm very sorry. I will avoid saying that. What do they call the what's the appropriate way to refer to them? Grandma, you call them African Americans. Like, oh, okay. And then you just grow and change. Hey, Luna. How you doing? I'm doing okay. Like, it's not that hard. Actually, I take that back. It can be really hard. And this is what I'll say. Right? It is harder to admit that you are wrong in online spaces. Because that is often perceived as a weakness. That is often perceived as losing. Online personas are often seen in like conversations as like winners and losers, you know? You need to win the conversation, right? And like that's not a good way to live your life. It's so strange. I think it's good if you say you did something wrong. Well, yeah, it is interpersonally, right? With Otro. But like it can be really easy to fall into like power gaming your way through like online spaces, you know? That sounds like American debate culture. Well, yeah, no, it is like an American debate culture, but I wouldn't say it's debate culture. It's the optics of like social media, you know? There's an obsession with being right, with being correct. But the healthy way to be is to exist as someone who can admit that they're wrong and grow from those experiences. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, we all only learn anything when we fuck up, you know? Failure is the best teacher. But also, yeah, Mint Kuro makes a really good point here. When it comes to politics in general, and like what we do here, what I'm doing with you guys, we are doing politics to an extent, right? And changing position or growing and changing position can be seen as a weakness. It can be seen as waffling. You can be seen as weak-kneed, you know? This one, thank you for subscribing at tier 2. I am changing my subscription from Twitch chat to site chat. Also, I hated being the only white name in site chat, so here we are. Excellent, this one. Thank you for the tier 2 sub, by the way. I really appreciate that. You know, I don't mind a debate, right? I like debating right-wingers. I love it. I have a lot of fun doing it. And we need to find a new pipeline to get conservatives in here. Maybe I need to start streaming in the Twitch politics section again. But like, I'm not terribly interested in debating debating a ton of people. I really like. I was listening to the Majority Report earlier today. And it's just really nice. I really appreciate that a lot of the majority of the Majority Report, is Sam or Emma interviewing knowledgeable experts and talking with them about and not really debating them, just like picking their brains on the things that they're experts at. And That's great. But I also recognize that that is really hard to do. To book, I can't imagine how hard it is to book 5 people every week. Goodness. But I will say, hey, lay down. Lay down, please. You're distracting. I love you, though. Okay. And this one also hit me hard, okay? Benny Carollo, who is a trans woman on who does a show on TYT, Bleep Blomp Ben, responded saying, demanding that elected officials like AOC use the term woman instead of medically relevant, accurate categories that include trans men is transphobic. Do you suggest we leave trans men out when it comes to legislation on abortion rights? Oh, and I think it's important to note that you, as a public figure with a platform, literally play a role in shaping people's views. To a certain degree, you can shape reality around these poll numbers, so why push against inclusion? And Jenk responds, no, it's not. If left-wing politicians use language that is greatly alienating to the majority of voters, then Republicans win elections. And then they pass laws against trans people. You're hurting your own cause. We want to protect trans rights. We want to fight against bigoted laws. Instead, you are all fighting on losing ground for no reason. You keep saying that no one uses these terms and then turn around and say politicians should use them. Which one is it? So again, I don't know what the barrier is here. Reservoir, thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. Howdy, howdy. How we all doing? For those of you who don't know who I am, my name is Riverboat Jack. I talk about politics in the news, and I'm a trans lady and a socialist. And if you'd like to ask me about either of those things, I'm more than willing to talk about it for a long, long time. Also, hello, my 36 new daddies. Apparently, you're all my dad. Hello. We're just talking about the TYT situation. Hello, how we all doing? We're talking about trans women, how novel. I'm trans, and I like hanging out with a new love interest and watching VODs on YouTube vids and Twitch and news. Yes. We got done doing Smash or Pass? Hell yeah. Do your things, I'm super interested. Cool. Oh, Daddy. That's for you, Entrama. All right. Good night, Ashley. So, yeah, first of all, I'm gonna have to see a little bit more evidence that, like, using inclusive language for policy or while talking about policy, or in medical settings, I'm gonna need to see more evidence that actually, like, repulses voters. Like, are women not going to turn out if, like, abortion rights are for all birthing people rather than just women? Are they going to be like, ew, no. They're gross. I don't want civil rights anymore. I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that is a realistic concern. Frankly, Last I checked, the polls show support for trans rights, and I feel like if you just explain why politicians are using terms like birthing people, and the reason being, like, there are people like trans men who are not women who are able to give birth. You know, like, I think it is fair to say, let me just say, okay, yeah, I think it's fair to say, right, like, hey, this guy is capable of giving birth, okay? Like, or might be, okay? I don't know the status of, like, his internal anatomy, okay? But if this guy's a trans guy, right? We'll say he can, okay? I think it's fair for this guy to have abortion rights. And I don't think it is fair for him to be left out because the legislation says women have a right to an abortion. So obviously there is a need for an umbrella term. Obviously there is a need for, like, a term that encompasses women, trans men, intersex people, and, like, gender non-conforming people, right? Like, and you can't write all of those things because, first of all, that it continues to get long. But second of all, things like intersex include so many different conditions, right? And folks, what if trans women are able to, in the near future, get uterine transplants and give birth? That's something that's on the horizon for medical science. So just, instead of listing a bunch of different types of people, just say people who can give birth. That's... If you need to specify that those rights are for people who can give birth, okay, then just use that phrase. Is it? That would be amazing. Yeah, Hideous Lemon. There are a bunch of researchers who are working on it. Yeah, and again, my position this entire time has been that if you interpersonally call someone, like, a birthing person in, like, casual conversation, that's fucking weird. That's weird. Don't do that. No, nobody likes that. Trans men won't like it if you refer to them that way either, okay? Like, but we need a term in medical settings and in legislative settings that can apply to everyone. Yeah, this man has given birth to children, folks. Like, come on. Like, you guys, come on. We know why we need an umbrella terminology here. Okay? We can quibble about what that terminology is. That's fine. But recognizing that there needs to be one is paramount. So again, this conversation just confuses me to no end. You know, I don't think it's a question that we need to, like, choose between trans people or popularity. Like, no, just explain to people why an umbrella term is needed, and that explanation is really simple: because trans men exist, because non-binary people exist, because intersex people exist. Because sometimes there are people who have, like, there are men who go their entire lives not realizing they have uteruses. That happens. because of intersex conditions. And apparently they addressed this on the show today, and I don't know, we got a couple clips, I guess. And it's just very disappointing to see.
Here, I'll name a name. Lance from the Serps. He's on here all the time on the Power Panel, right? And he comes out and does this like video about how he's so correct and oh yeah, the Young Turks, correct? No, Lance, you're not goddamn correct. Nobody elected you. The polling shows no one agrees with you. Your 12 buddies online. I don't care, okay? And say, oh yeah, I'm 100%. He's 99.95% correct. Oh, I'm gonna correct him. No. So don't look. You want to say, hey, I don't agree with you. God bless. You want to say, Cenk, you shouldn't say anything back because you're being rude.
Okay, I don't know that anyone said Cenk couldn't say anything back. Now I didn't see Lance's video. Maybe he did say that. But like I haven't seen anyone saying, Cenk, you can't respond to me. Like that, what? No.
Come on, brother or sister, I don't know where. Here, I'll name a name.
Okay. So we got that one. I don't know if these are, here, you know what? This is a longer clip. Maybe it's the same one.
Andrew, with an interesting point about something that was going on Twitter, and very generous, Shane, we appreciate it. But he partly disagrees, I think. Let me read it. To Cenk and Anna, yeah, he says right in the beginning, I respectfully disagree with your recent positions. They're valid, but the Twitter activity isn't constructive. I think you're not just angry about those positions. It's the fact that no positive change is happening fast enough. I want to help in any way because I believe in you. Shane, I appreciate it, brother. Even if you disagree and then you're helping, God, I love you for it. I love you for it. There's nothing wrong with disagreement, okay? The things that's happening on Twitter, one of the things that set me off, honestly, is a whole bunch of folks claiming that they speak for people they don't speak for. They just don't. So the left doesn't agree with what Twitter leftists say. The polling shows it. I'm clearly correct, okay? And so then people come in and go like, oh, let me educate you on the correct opinion because my 13 buddies on the left on Twitter agree with me. No, not gonna do it, okay? So it's not being stubborn, it's just telling you things that are honest and true.
I mean, I gotta be honest with you guys, like, I don't know, for the vast majority of like modern American history, people have not been cool with trans people. As I still think supporting trans rights and including trans people in policy is the correct move. Martin Luther King Jr. died the most hated man in America. Like, that's accurate polling right there, okay? I don't necessarily think here that the polling should be dictating what the communications are. I think polling can be a great tool to guide policy, to guide politicians in positions of power, but like I don't think that it's necessarily indicative of the fact that like voters absolutely do not want all birthing people to have rights. I think it just is indicative of the fact that a lot of voters might not know why the term birthing person is being used. But excuse me, I'm talking for other people who don't agree with me. So I don't know. Like I'm angry if I'm being 100% honest, and my angry reaction is to say that I don't know, the vast majority of people who I have interacted with, the vast majority of people in a lot of the states around this country want trans people dead. Does that mean I, as a trans person, should listen to them because that's a majority opinion? Should I detransition? Stop my hormones because that is the position of so many Republican voters? I don't think so. Because I don't think that is a moral... I don't think it's morally correct. I don't think it's medically correct. I don't think it is political. I don't think it is... My existence should be viewed as a political pawn. I don't think my health, my ability to exist, should be viewed as a political point. But unfortunately, in today's America, it is. And unfortunately, I'm talking over a large group of people, apparently. So, apologies to that large group of people to whom I am talking over.
So, sorry, there's nothing wrong with this agreement. There's something wrong.
But ordinary people know why academics and activists are inventing language like birthing person. Dr. Detroit, why do you think academics and activists are inventing language like birthing person?
Wrong with saying you're not allowed to say that because that goes against orthodoxy, and we will now enforce orthodoxy. If you're looking for orthodoxy, you've come to the wrong place. What we do here at TYT...
What's that ideological point of view, Dr. Detroit?
Is we think for ourselves. We think independently. We don't go, oh my God, look at the leftist or rightist opinion. I will now follow it like a lemming. Sorry, we don't do it.
Oh, what are gender and queer theory about, Dr. Detroit?
So, but anyway, Shane, thank you for...
So that's just another aspect of this conversation that happened today on the show. And apparently Anna also gave a take.
To be honest, I just don't really care to like collaborate with any other leftist ever again at this point.
Yeah,
that's where I'm at, because they come on the show, they build a name for themselves, and then they build a bigger name for themselves, trashing us as if they don't know who we are, as if they haven't worked with us, they don't know what our actual political values are. So I don't, Jake, I never want to talk about them again. I never want to address them again. It's a waste of time. There's important stuff going on in the country. Our personal drama with a bunch of leftists on Twitter doesn't matter.
All right.
To be honest, I just don't really.
So, I don't know. I don't know how to, what to make of this. I feel like I have been incredibly respectful in my interactions and my intentions towards the folks at TYT. And I don't know what to make of any of this. I'm disappointed. I hope it doesn't continue. I hope they don't break the hearts of their progressive fans. And yeah, but disappointing. Let's see. Well, Dr. Detroit, I asked you a very simple question. What are gender and queer theory? Yeah, it's disappointing. I agree that there are definitely bigger issues going on right now when it comes to the United States, when it comes to the different places around the United States. But I also just think that, like, I think people like me deserve civil rights. I think people like me deserve rights. Deserve the right to medical care, deserve language that includes us in the right to medical care, in medical policy. Because when that language isn't there, when that guidance isn't there for doctors, doctors do not give us the treatments we need. Doctors, and whether that's gender affirming or just run of the mill, like, hey, you need to get your butt screened for cancer, whatever it is, we wind up not getting it because of a lack of inclusive language in policies, whether at a hospital level, a state level, or a federal level. We need that inclusion. Otherwise, people like me die. So. Are you unaware of what either is? Well, Dr. Detroit, you threw out the terms. I want you to say what are gender and queer theory. It's a pretty simple question. I know what they are, but I want you to say what you think they are. Because, well, humor me. Who called her that, by the way? She said someone had because she lives in California. Look, I'm not gonna... Maybe some weirdo in California called her a birthing person, and that's fucking weird. But I just... One second. Oh, God. Oh, God. Oh, God. Okay. Well. Olayemi Olurin is going full scorched earth. 5 minutes ago, she posted a 20-second long clip of Anna just saying the N-word over the years. Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm not going to play that on stream. God damn. I'm not gonna link it. You guys can find it. It's Olayemi Olurin, or Miss Olurin on Twitter. But I'm not posting that in my chat. And yeah, here's the clip I was talking about earlier, by the way, of them defending like trans inclusive language. Like, I don't know what happened between this clip and today, frankly.
It's bad faith. They know there's a difference between gender and sex. They know that it is very possible for someone to be born a biological male or a biological female, but in terms of gender, identify differently as a male or non-binary, but they still have the biological capacity, the physical capacity to get pregnant. So that's why the language, the rhetoric is inclusive to include those people. It is not a big deal, but they make it a big deal. They manufacture it into a big deal because that's all Republicans are. That's all they have. This is all they do. Endless bad faith arguments meant to fearmonger and direct hatred and fear toward other Americans, typically powerless Americans. It's bad faith.
And and there was another clip that's kind of like the second part of this story, right? This one. I think it was this one. Oh God, I'm not gonna be able to find this. Fuck. One second. So you don't have to look at my face while I like Google. Ba-da-da-ba-bup. Okay, I found it. Here we go. This is from like the first like kerfuffle around what Anna said on Twitter, okay? And I feel like this is kind of the second part of that clip we just saw.
C. Zerkley wrote in, I love TYT, but I'm kind of tired of getting the vibe from Anna, and even Cenk at times, that my plight as a trans man who could get preggers if raped offends her because she feels like birthing persons is offensive.
So let me just address something, okay? For me, as a woman who has experienced endless debate,
Hikigo Corgi, I do think that using out of context clips, like them quoting like news stories that have like the N-word mentioned, or like talking about how like, oh, Cenk was an Armenian genocide denier, like, I do think that those are bad faith. I do not support those at all. I just want to talk about this particular situation that has been brewing since last month. But excellent to point out, and yeah, I do want to say, talk about the thing you're talking about. You don't have to bring up all that shit from like, I don't know, the Cenk's Armenian genocide denial was like what, 25 years ago, 30 years ago. They did have a lot of have a camel toe of the week segment though. Yeah, sure, but also, I don't know, Jon Stewart did like tranny jokes in like 20 years ago. Like, yeah, a lot of people did cringe and horror, like poorly worded things and like weird or gross segments 20 years ago. Okay? Like, people change. Obviously their program doesn't do camel toe segments anymore. I feel like bringing up that is weird and like completely misses the entire point of the criticism. Criticize them on the things that they're doing now, not on the things that they did 30 years ago.
it's like our bodies are so politicized. And I hate feeling from the right wing my entire life that our bodies are just meant for producing children. So the phrase person with a uterus for me is triggering. But I understand the importance of inclusive language. I just don't like to be boiled down to a body part. So Mike Figueredo from the Humanist Report reminded me of a video we did a few years ago where we were defending someone who used the phrase people with the capacity for pregnancy in the context of the abortion debate, I believe it was. I'm totally fine with that. I think that's totally fine. If that's what they want to use in a medical setting, great. But for me, my personal preference is I don't like to be referred to, even in the context of an abortion debate, as a person with a uterus. Person with the capacity for pregnancy, that's great. That's all I'm saying. I think my track record on transgender issues is pretty clear, and I hope you understand that I have no disdain or hatred for the transgender community whatsoever. That's all.
So I just want to point that out, okay? Because I do think that there is a I think the communication here is muddled, right? And the muddled part of it is that like Anna personally does not like being boiled down to like person with a uterus, person who gives birth, or whatever. Like it comes down to which umbrella terminology you use in this circumstance, right? But if that's the case, I don't understand the continuing issue. Yeah, like I think that this comes down to like really poor communication and also feelings and like personal slights and like feeling hurt by and betrayed by friends is also coming into it. And a lot of this is very confusing to me because I prefer direct communication. I prefer just being like, hello, this is what I believe and this is what I think. And if I need to clarify it, I will. You know? And I understand, like, not wanting... Like, if somebody came up to me and was like, hello, penised person, I would not like that. I wouldn't like that at all. But I think there's a difference when you're talking about like, I don't know, like dick cancer. Okay, like yeah, in that circumstance, yeah, if someone was passing legislation to like ensure people with dicks were covered for dick cancer, like yeah, okay, that's fine. Be phallus American. So I like that's all I'm trying to say. Like this seems like such a weird hill to die on. And I'm not understanding the commitment to the dying part. So I guess that's where I am. What I'm trying to say here is like Cenk's tweets today were bad. He was wrong. He doubled down on being wrong and aggressive about it. But I don't mind the aggression. I mind the being wrong part. And I don't understand the liking clearly transphobic tweets. I don't understand this. I don't understand any of this shit because it doesn't square with the person I know or the positions that have been presented to me for years from TYT. So that's kind of where I'm at. I don't know how to to square this circle. I don't know what to make of it. And I think I'm just kind of feeling hurt and a little disappointed, but not completely. I still have hope, okay? Still have hope that this is going to work out okay. Yeah. Yeah, I also didn't like the way he attacked Lance on air, but also I also recognize that Cenk is a very very ride or die when it comes to basically all of his employees. I would just be confused as I am premenopausal, so I do not know if that makes me a birthing person or not. Yeah, I don't know. Who knows? Well, today it wasn't Anna making a huge issue out of a non-issue. Today it was Cenk. So I'm just, you know, gotta be fair here. Oh boy. And you know what? Frankly, I somewhat understand not wanting to work with other leftists. I've done a lot of organizing in the political space over the last year or so, and it is hard as fuck, and sometimes you got to work with people who you do not like. Okay, so she didn't do another tweet? I don't think so. Today it was mostly just Cenk going ham. Oh wait, no, 2 days ago or a day ago, she did a tweet about meltdowns. Yeah, no, oh wait, okay, yeah, sorry, I didn't cover this part. I didn't cover, yeah, Olayemi Olurin on a recent show. Sorry, I completely forgot about this part. On a recent show, talked about Anna Kasparian, saying some transphobic stuff from her previous transphobic comments on Twitter, or perceived transphobic comments on Twitter, and which I feel like I responded to quite well. I didn't think it was like bad faith transphobia from her. I thought she was actually asking a pretty thoughtful question. I don't know. Okay, well, then I'll show this clip. Olayemi is in the lower right-hand corner.
Important if you know her that you do include that context, because she has to understand these disagreements are coming from an honest place, and we're not just doing it for clicks, right? Like that's so.
No, of course.
But that's not the same. That's not the same, though.
That's not the same.
I have to say it. Oh my God, I have to say it. I like Anna, but I feel a little bit like this is the coddle the white lady hour. And you know why? And you know why? I thought this even earlier because before this, the Majority Report put out a thing too, and everybody else, and I was like, boy, everybody sure feels the need to trip over their fucking feet to come out to defend her for getting cooked when all of the people get cooked all the time. I have yet to watch a video of anybody defending me from getting fucking cooked. I've never seen it. I've never seen everybody come out. She has a lot of fucking bad takes, and then she gets cooked because she comes out unprovoked. She asks to be cooked. She got up today and she said, Twitter, cook me.
Listen,
She has yet to delete the tweet. I want to make it clear. She has yet to delete the fucking tweet.
Wait, she hasn't deleted it?
You know why? Because at the end of the day, she took a 106,000 like tweet. She didn't even get ratioed. She didn't even get ratioed. She'll be all right. All right. She didn't get like, oh my God.
I saw that Majority Report video that went up. It's exactly what Emma said on the show earlier today. And when I heard Emma say it, I was like, Emma put it great. And then I saw them put it up with the title that says Anna Kasparian is not anti-trans. I'm like, that's not the point. Why are you putting that as the title of the video?
That's
not the point.
This is where the concern.
It was an anti-trans take.
The substance of the viewpoint she is legitimized. You see what I'm saying? The conversation has just shifted to defend. Like everybody's conversation is about defending whether or not Anna is a TERF and her career and blah blah blah, rather than talking about the substance of what she put out and why that is offensive to legitimize and why it's a problem for
and being held responsible for it.
Thank you.
Like normalize large creators being called out and being like, oh shit, I was wrong. Like,
so, yeah,
and you should be able to.
Please stop. Okay. Anna posted that to be like, see, you were telling people to cook me. And then Oyemi responds, you made transphobic statements and we spent an hour of the show defending you from allegations of being a TERF rather than addressing the substantive problems with your comment. Said I felt like they were coddling you. I stand by that. If you think that makes me a hater, knock yourself out, Miss Mamas. And let me just say this for people who I've been particularly kind to on the timeline. When y'all are being rightfully dragged and when I was personally disrespected on your show, it's truly wild that you would come for me on the timeline when everyone dragged you for your transphobic comments. And then wasn't there? Yeah. Okay. Lol. The meltdowns over wanting be referred to as wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild. I'll never apologize for that, especially as biological woman has had a fucking. As biological woman who has had a fucking lifetime of being told I'm less than, I'm a woman, no apologies. So again, people got upset at her for this. And again, I think it boils down to she personally does not want to be referred to as a birthing person. And that communication is being mixed up and muddled in a way that I think is making it seem like she's saying birthing person shouldn't be used in legislative or medical contexts. I don't know. I think that this is a lot of unclear communication. I'd be happy to have Anna Kasparian come on the show again. She's been on the show before. She's more than welcome to come on and discuss it with me, to clear the air, talk about this shit. Because I feel like it's a fairly simple I feel like it's a fairly simple thing that is being made way more complicated than it needs to be by just miscommunication and hurt feelings. I genuinely think that after having talked about this for an hour, I think that's genuinely what it boils down to. What I don't get is, how do they not see how bad their take is? It's all right-wing talking points, but 90% of leftists are telling you you're wrong, and right-wing Twitter assholes are supporting you and retweet you. Gotta figure something is wrong with your take, something about Anna, or talking about Anna. Yeah, look, I don't know. I don't know what it is. Frankly, I do know that a lot of leftists, if you like say something wrong, can jump down your throat about it. I know a lot of people did that when I said like on Twitter that like Breonna Taylor, not Breonna Taylor, Brianna Jay, and with the hashtag say her name thing. I know a ton of people flooded my mentions telling me that I was the worst kind of person imaginable. So I know that it's really easy, and they have a much higher platform, higher profile platform than I do. So I understand that it might be hard to like suss out who actually has like decent input on this. It boggles me so much because at this point there's no part of this that makes any reasonable sense. Staying this upset still, despite seemingly understanding the other week. Yeah, and you know, she said she respected my opinion, which obviously isn't her like saying that I'm right, but I thought it was kind of an amicable like move in the right direction. I think she doesn't want to be included in an umbrella term that includes trans men and non-binary people because she has internalized that somehow it erases her womanhood, and I think that's transphobic. Well, if that's the case, yeah, that would be transphobic, but I don't think that is the case. I think I don't, again, from a lot of the communication on the issue, I don't, in the past anyway, maybe there's been a heel turn, I don't know. So... Alice McGee. Well, I'm glad you like my streams. In a nutshell, English sucks as a language. Well, yes, but that's beside the point. In a nutshell, I feel like a lot of this is being fueled by like late night tweets that are less coherent than they could be, and add to that like, you know, the massive game of telephone that is Twitter. Her argument is that it does erase her womanhood. Yeah, but like on an individual level. I don't think her argument is that it erases her womanhood for legislation to include terms like birthing person. Well, look, Jenk doesn't have an excuse, okay? Jenk's just ride or die. That's my conclusion. Anna does a lot of tweeting after midnight, at least on my time, so it's fairly late for her. 10-letter name, I don't understand it. I think I've given you guys about as good of a rundown of this as I can. There's not going to be an answer at the bottom of this well, okay? What we have is what we have, and I think it comes down to poor communication, hurt feelings, and a degree of stubbornness. And like I think those three things make for a difficult combo to like suss out any more information than we have right now. But yeah, if Anna wanted to come on, she's more than welcome to. But given that we literally just not that long ago watched a clip of her saying that she doesn't want to collaborate with any more leftists ever again, I think the chances of that happening are rather low. So yeah, it's a conversation I'm willing to have, even though a lot of this makes me deeply uncomfortable, obviously. But yeah. Okay. Anyway, ending this topic. Ending this hellscape that we've been stuck in for like the last hour and a half. And folks, if you've been finding this content interesting for some godforsaken reason, please, please, please do consider financially supporting stream. Come on over to riverboat.gg if you want to be in this happening cool kids chat over here. That is where the on-screen chat is. You have to go to riverboat.gg. That's the name of the website. Just type that in your URL bar and come on in. We're pretty cool. Most of us don't bite. And also, when you subscribe there, as opposed to subscribing on Twitch, I get 100% of your subscription cost rather than 50% that I get from Twitch. It's a real good thing. And folks, also, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. So if you, without your support, I will literally die. I will not be able to pay my taxes, I will not be able to pay my rent, and I will not be able to buy food or pay for things like health insurance. Delicious, delicious health insurance. Not gonna lie, streams like this help me to process stuff that would normally just ruminate because there's an actual back and forth and the convo can progress. Yeah. Well, I'm glad it helps. Also, today/yesterday was my 5-year anniversary of being on HRT. I've been transitioning medically for 5 years now. If you would like to support me, please do consider doing so, because if you don't, you are transphobic. That's just how birthday rules work, okay? I don't make the rules for birthdays. That's just magical birthday power. The first time a trans person was on HRT for a year, those rules sprang into being like the Greek gods from the scalp of Kronos. Okay? I can never get .gg to work right on mobile. I used to try Vosh's streams, but gave up and continued to watch them on YouTube. Millennial, there is a way to get an app. I don't know if that would help at all, but if you go to the support section on the .gg website, it gives you directions on how to get like the more mobile optimized version that people have said it works better. I don't know. Once again, major congrats. Keep up the good work. Well, you know, look, it's hard growing breasts, okay, in this economy. For what it's worth, the original commentator said he was fine with that. Wait, what original commentator? Wait, did you change? I did change, yeah. Well, and folks, you can gift subs by clicking on subscribe. That it gives you the option to subscribe yourself, to gift specific people subs, or to gift random subs. And you can also consider gifting higher level subs if you feel so inclined. And I will hydrate. What whole thing? OG Mountain Dragon. Sorry, I'm confused. I've been talking about a lot of stuff. It's true. Gifting tier 3 subs has magical effects. It turns our orange names into yellow names, or our red tier 2 names into yellow names. And I think there's even a tier 4 sub. You sell that mug? I do indeed. You can use !merch to go find it over on our personalized shop. When Anna first said it. I guess I'm completely lost. I'm sorry, OG Mountain Dragon. My brain has moved on. And the mug is really good. I like it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Ba-ba-da-da. Muggy. Republicans are doing a blood libel to drag queens now? That's new. A Franklin, Tennessee council member just held up a photo of what she described as a drag queen biting into a live beating heart and explaining why she's going to vote against granting a permit for LGBTQ pride. Holy shit. This could have happened here. Wow. What? Can we get I want video of that. Goodness. Adrian Vixen, thank you for the 4 gifted tier 1 subs, and thank you for not being transphobic. I very, very much appreciate that. Thank you so goddamn much. I really appreciate it. It's the tweet, yeah. Oh, okay, so Anna was that first original tweet comment was Anna responding to a Twitch commenter. Huh. Okay. Congrats on 5 years of HRT. Thank you, Blackjack Sass. I appreciate it. It was in the show? Okay, well, I'm sorry. We're done with that topic now. Moving on. I can't backtrack there. We spent like 2 hours on it. Stoudman, thank you for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs over on riverboat.gg. And Boy Meets Mini, thank you very much for the raid. Pit Crew, welcome. And also, everyone should go follow Boy Meets Mini over on Twitch, okay? Twitch.tv. And also, go follow Blackjack Sass, okay? Which I just realized might be Blackjack's ass rather than Blackjack Sass. It was on the TYT show that she said what she said before Twitter. Okay. If you can find that clip, I'd appreciate it, OG Mountain Dragon. If I'm already subbed, does that mean I'm not transphobic? No. Sorry. 21 with attitude. I have attitude. Hey, Metal Kitty Mom, how are you doing? You've been lurking. I haven't seen you. I can't. No, nope. I'm not doing it. Hold me back, chat. Hold me back. I'm not commenting. I'm not responding to these people who keep adding me on Twitter. Not doing it. Hold me back, chat. Jesus. Close Twitter. I can't. I get so much news from Twitter. Unplug. I can't. Well, no, I'm not gonna do that. Oh God. I am, however, gonna go feed my dog. I just realized it's incredibly late. BRB. It's food time. Food time for dogs. Hello! It's a good thing Jack is cute. True. If I wasn't, my content would suffer. You'd have to just put up with my magnificent mind. Hey, Starblitzy fan. How you doing? Also, Metal Kitty Mom, you doing good? Finally have time off. So started getting back to the gym. Hell yeah. It's hard to do, but you know what? Worth it. Honestly, just worth it because, like, sometimes it's just nice to be able to move a bit more. It's nice to be able to move your body without it, like, hurting a lot. You know? My body. It hurts a lot. Okay. God, we have so much content to get through. We're going to a local convention for video game music covers and remixes and bands and stuff be a thing of interest to you? Probably. Though, again, my ability to do stuff is somewhat hampered by my my lack of funds and a number of other issues. Like a small child and such. And yeah. There's one over the weekend in Minneapolis. You know someone DJing at it? That's cool. Is it 2D con? What con is it? Mainly just lift weights in your room? That's you know, honestly, I did that for a long time. Who's gonna come to Chicago for the DNC next summer? I don't know. I might, what con is it? Is it 2D con? I might be going out to Chicago for, a different reason this summer. We'll see. Riverboat Jack 2024. Oh, Megalobox is great. I haven't watched the second season yet, but the first season is great. Oh, VGM Con, of course. I use Ring Fit Adventure. Yo, Ring Fit Adventure slaps ass. It's great. It is also very easy to overexert yourself because it's fun. Give me a shout out. My wife and I will buy you and your significant other a dinner. Shout out to KBS and KBS 666 is wife. Hello. You're both lovely people, and I hear very cool and open-minded, and that is two wonderful traits to have. You lovely, lovely human beings. Mayor Brandon Johnson will be mayor by then? Hell yeah. I got quiet? I'm still the same. I'm still the same volume. I didn't mess with any of the volume controls. I promise. Yo. Here, can only cover one ticket, but if you want to, is on me. If you promise to just give person I know a hug or something. Well, that's cool. Thank you very much for the $35 dono. When is it? Do. Do 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 do. It is this week apparently. Do 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 do. Let's see. I will take a look and try to figure out a time to go. Do 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 do. Oh yeah, it's all weekend. Okay. I might be able to swing that on Friday, mayhap. We shall see. Do 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 do. Video game music. Beep boop beep boop bleep. Beep boop beep boop bleep. So I've been engaging right-wingers on Twitter. I don't know. I'm enjoying bullying Walsh's and Shapiro's followers. Am I sick for enjoying the back and forth online? Serious question. I mean, maybe a little bit. Like, frankly, like, I don't know. If you feel like you're benefiting from it, like go for it. It's just, I don't know how effective it is at accomplishing anything, but if it makes you feel good, like good, that's good enough, I guess. I just enjoy it. Well, then more power to you. Oh god. You know what? Here. This is cool. We're gonna do some not politics content.
In 1942, the United States military was testing a top-secret plane at the Muroc Dry Lake Bed in California, the current site of Edwards Air Force Base. The plane was called the P-59, and it was the first U.S. jet engine plane. The secrecy around this thing was insane, almost the same level as the Manhattan Project. In fact, whenever they moved the plane around the base, they put a fake propeller on the front, because all planes before this were prop planes, and a plane with no propeller would obviously get people's attention. But of course they couldn't disguise it when it was in the air, so test pilot Jack Williams decided to take things to a bit more advanced level. What he did was he went to a costume shop in LA, and he bought a gorilla suit, a derby hat, and a big fake cigar. And he would wear this while he was out flying the plane. And he did this so that later on, when the other pilots told people what they saw, nobody would believe them. In fact, when they told people about it, they would get sent to the base psychologists, and the base psychologists were in on it, and they used it to convince them they were crazy. Okay, so you're telling me that you saw a plane with no propeller being flown by a gorilla wearing a hat. You can hear yourself right now, yes? They basically just gaslit an entire base full of pilots to convince them that they didn't see what they actually saw. It's kind of a brilliant bit of psychology when you think about it. And they did this for good reason. Jet engines would go on to totally change military aviation in the 40s and 50s, and then passenger aviation in the 50s and 60s. It's kind of hard to overstate just how much jet engines changed the world. Air travel literally quadrupled in the 10 years after the first passenger jets left the runways. For the first time ever, the average person could fly over the air. So jet engines were faster to their destination, obviously, but it was really the economics of jet engines that made them win out. Jet engines ran much smoother than the piston engines that drove prop planes, so they lasted longer and needed less maintenance, also ran on cheaper fuel than prop planes. Jet engines were the technological leap that changed everything for air travel. And right now, we might be seeing the same thing happening for space travel. So, we gotta talk about this. Back in January of this year, NASA, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration, announced they were teaming up with DARPA, the Defense Advanced Research Project.
By the way, chat, this is cool because nuclear propulsion for space travel is like the best way we can do space travel right now. Like, you can use nuclear propulsion to reach like relativistic speeds, which is enough not only for like interplanetary travel, but like possibly like interstellar travel as well. Like we can make things go real quick.
Agency on a program called DRACO, which stands for Demonstration
like
Rocket
Project
for
Pluto.
Agile Cislunar Operations. Yeah, there's going to be some acronyms up in here. NASA Administrator Bill Nelson summed up the program like this, quote, NASA will work with our long-term partner DARPA to develop and demonstrate advanced nuclear thermal propulsion technology as soon as 2027. With the help of this new technology, astronauts could journey to and from deep space faster than ever, a major capability to prepare for crewed missions to Mars.
Hey,
The part of that
cross-crescent
announcement
creed.
that makes space nerds all tingly is the nuclear thermal propulsion part of it. So yes, finally, at long last, NASA's building a nuclear rocket. And the timeline is ambitious, if not completely ridiculous. Because not only are they wanting to get an entirely new type of engine up and flying in 5 years, DRACO will include a rocket, a spacecraft, and a launch vehicle. All by the end of September 2027. Good luck with that. The spacecraft has a name, and of course it's an acronym, the Experimental Nuclear Thermal Rocket Vehicle, or XNTERV. Swinging a miss on that one. And these nuclear engines will be powered by a type of fuel called high-assay low-enriched uranium, or HALEU.
Not just call it high ass.
Hello. Never know how to pronounce
High ass.
The low-enriched uranium part isn't anything special. That's what most nuclear power plants use. It's the high-assay part that sets it apart. Assay is basically the concentration of fissile isotopes, so higher assay means more bang for the buck. So HALEU fuel has an assay between 5 and 20% of fuel mass. That's much lower than, say, the 90% plus used in nuclear weapons, but it's higher than the assay of uranium used in power plants. I actually talked about HALEU in a previous video about uses for nuclear waste. There are some experimental reactors out there that can make this out of nuclear waste and then use that to make energy with it. Okay, so why is this such a big deal? Why is this such a step up from the chemical rockets that we use now? So, for one thing, it doesn't require an oxidizer like chemical rockets do. Okay, so stepping back, just in case there's any, like...
Cross-crescent creed. I'm doing a YouTube stream right now. I'm over on YouTube. You can also get the YouTube version over on riverboat.gg, the official website of Riverboat Jack. Just type riverboat.gg into the address bar, and you too can have an ad-free viewing experience and have a great time on the on-screen chat.
Like total rocket noobs out there. So rocket fuel needs oxygen to burn, just like everything on Earth. The problem is that rockets leave Earth. That's kind of the point. So rockets have to bring their oxygen with them in the form of liquid oxygen. So like big rocket tanks like the SLS, when you look at that, that's actually only half fuel. The other half is oxidizer. This not only adds a lot of weight, it also cuts down on the amount of time that the rockets can burn because you're literally emptying 2 tanks at once. But a nuclear rocket doesn't need oxidizer because it's not actually burning the fuel. It's just kind of using that nuclear fission to superheat it and expand it, which flings it out the back and gives it thrust. And without all that oxidizer, those nuclear rockets save a ton of weight. Actually, many tons of weight. Most nuclear rocket designs use hydrogen as the fuel of choice because of its low atomic weight. There are some downsides to this though. Because yeah, nuclear rockets save mass on oxidizer, but past designs have needed at least 3 times the amount of hydrogen to create the same thrust. It's too early to say if that's the case with DRACO though. But to get back into the plus column, nuclear rockets have a very high specific impulse, which means they are super efficient. Specific impulse measures how efficiently an engine converts fuel to thrust. This is often measured in seconds, as in how many seconds it can create thrust in Earth gravity. And according to an article from the US Office of Nuclear Energy in December 2021, the initial target for a nuclear-powered rocket would be twice as efficient as chemical rockets. Chemical rockets having roughly 450 seconds of specific impulse, meaning the nuclear rocket would have around 900 seconds. So for example, the space shuttle had a specific impulse of just over 450 seconds, which is about 7.5 minutes. An engine powered by a nuclear rocket would be more like 15 minutes. And the longer you accelerate, the faster you can go. That's kind of the idea behind ion drives. And just like ion drives, we won't actually be seeing these being used to get off the ground. They're just for once we're in space. You kind of think of these as ion drives on steroids. But ultimately what all that means is that it means we can go super fast across vast distances. There's a reason why they're starting to take this more seriously at the same time that we're making plans to send people to Mars. So for example, a one-way trip to Mars using modern chemical rockets takes about 7 months. A nuclear rocket would make it about 100 days. And at least one new design from NASA could do even better. Yeah, just weeks before the Draco announcement, an engine designed by Ryan Goss at the University of Florida claimed to get specific impulses as high as 4,000 seconds, with very little added mass. That's more. A spacecraft powered by Goss's engine could reach Mars in, are you ready for this? 45 days. That's less. So getting to Mars faster, it's not like trying to beat your best time to...
Like, goddamn, like you can get to Mars in about the same time it took to like sail across the Atlantic Ocean. That's crazy. Also, I don't see any option on the creator side to allow rewind / not live play. So I don't know how to do that.
To visit your cousin out in West Texas, okay? Reducing flight time is everything when it comes to Mars. Every single day that an astronaut is spending on the trip to Mars is another day of being exposed to higher than normal radiation levels and cosmic rays. It's yet another day that they're losing muscle and bone density. Not to mention it's an extra day of food and provisions for everyone on board, all of which takes up space and adds weight. Just for perspective, the longest consecutive period any human being has spent in space is about 14 months. That would be an average round trip to Mars. So yeah, faster is better for like a million different reasons. So this might be the point in the video when you say, look, if nuclear rockets are so great, why aren't they already in flight? It's a good point, actually. Good for you thinking that. There is actually quite a history to these. Back in the 1950s, the United States began working on a project called NERVA, which stands for Nuclear Engine for Rocket Vehicle Application. And that, kids, is how you acronym. The military had actually been working on atomic-propelled spacecraft at the time, because of course they were. The whole world was trying to go atomic at that time. It was the atomic age. But they gave up on those planes because of concerns of the radiation, of course, so they moved on to nuclear rockets. In the late 50s and early 60s, several fission reactors for NERVA were built and tested, and they got really close to flying, but it never quite happened. I did a video a while back about NASA's original post-Apollo plans drawn up by the Space Task Group that Richard Nixon had created, which, by the way, if you haven't seen that, it's definitely worth a watch. It blew my mind. Some of the plans that they drew up for the 70s and 80s were just kind of bonkers in hindsight, but a lot of it actually relied on this NERVA engine. Yeah, they had plans for nuclear spaceships that would carry people and cargo in between all the different various space stations around the moon and around Earth and the moon bases and stuff like that, all of them powered by nuclear engines. Also, fans of the Apple TV series For All Mankind might know that the NERVA engine was actually what they put on their version of the space shuttle, which they called Pathfinder. But anyway, in '73, when Nixon was president, the Apollo program was winding down, and yeah, a lot of programs got cut, and NERVA was one of those programs. And in a bit of a double whammy, the Soviets were actually working on their own nuclear rocket at the time, and when they saw that the Americans cut their program, they kind of just, let theirs slide as well. It really was just a big pissing contest. But probably the biggest thing holding back nuclear propulsion is the environmental question. I mean, it makes sense. We are, after all, putting nuclear reactors on top of massive controlled explosions. Now, to be fair, the NERVA program actually had an incredibly good safety record, and space programs have been launching nuclear material since 1961, usually in the form of radioisotope thermoelectric generators, or RTGs. These provide power for satellites and space probes, especially if they're going really far into deep space where solar energy is harder to come by. Between 1961 and 2006, the US successfully flew 41 RTGs to space. Those include the New Horizons spacecraft in 2006, the Curiosity rover in 2011, and in 2020 with Perseverance. They haven't all gone perfectly, though. For example, in 1964, a US launch failed, resulting in a small amount of plutonium-238 being released into the atmosphere. Plutonium-238 isn't great for humans, especially the skeletons and livers, which, according to Wikipedia, are important. A large section of Russia was showered with polonium in 1969, and in 1978, the loss of the USSR's Cosmos 954 satellite caused uranium to fall down on a 600-kilometer swath of Canadian soil. The Canadian government charged Russia with $6 million for the cleanup. They eventually collected about half that much. The point is, we've actually been launching nuclear material for a long time. Yes, there have been a few issues, but nothing bad enough to ban them. Also, rocket safety's come a long way since the 60s and 70s, let's be honest. So I, for the record, am excited about this. I really think that if we're going to get serious about going to Mars, if we're going to get serious about going, beyond, as NASA keeps saying with the Artemis program, then we're going to have to get serious about nuclear propulsion. But if we really want to go beyond, there's something beyond nuclear thermal propulsion, and that is nuclear pulsed propulsion. Sounds similar. Very different. Nuclear pulse propulsion is basically pushing a spacecraft forward by setting off nuclear explosions over and over and over again. Yeah, that's the pulse. So the shockwave from this explosion...
It's so cool, chat! They're literally dropping nukes out the back and just exploding them. It's so cool. Hey, LB.
Impacts a pusher plate, and then the spacecraft moves. Now, as you can imagine, you can get some pretty high specific impulse and speed from straight up nuclear bombs going off behind you. How high? Well, the US actually developed something like this. They called it Project Orion, and it was expected to achieve 6,000 seconds on the low end to 100,000 seconds on the high end. 450. Even more bat guano crazy was Project Daedalus, which was proposed by the British Interplanetary Society. It proposed speeds equal to half the speed of light. But, big caveat here, it would require fusion power, so yeah, it was a bit more of a thought experiment. Just to be fair though, if we ever were to get serious about interstellar travel...
Half the speed of light. That is fucking crazy.
We would need exactly something like that. The only problem with Project Orion is that, and pulse propulsion in general, is that if we were to ever try to really explore that, we would have to actually reevaluate our international nuclear treaties. Yeah, the Partial Nuclear Test Ban Treaty of 1963 was one reason why Project Orion was abandoned. Kind of hard to test out that rocket without setting off some nuclear explosions. But hey, Draco seems to be a great first step. And I do think their timelines are a bit ambitious, but I'm excited. I'm looking forward to seeing what they come up with. I want to see something like the Pathfinder from For All Mankind. I do. That was badass. All right, so hang tight because in just a minute I'm going to give the update on the winners of the sketch round from last week. Some exciting stuff there, but real quick, let me shout out some new channel members. We've got Laura Sosa, Gator Livius, Vicarious Traveler, Joe Grossel, Carter Wolf, Christopher Thomas, Jeff Bryant, Riley, Family Friendly Fun, Michael W. Miller, Will Frank, and Jason K. Thanks to you guys so much. These are channel members. These are people who are contributing
Doodlebird.
some amount of...
Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. We're learning about space travel. And I did a cosplay stream earlier. I looked terrific this morning. That's because I dressed up as a gender bent version of the Punisher. And so my makeup is still on. I hope you had a good stream, Doodleburb. Hello, Skyanon. I'll follow you, Doodleburb. Oh yeah, no, pulse propulsion for nuclear energy is a long, long way from happening. But, I don't know, the ion drives are pretty cool too. A cutie Punisher, more like a... Not cutie. Very, very, horny Punisher. More like a punish her. Haha. It was your second stream. Congratulations. Hope it went really, really well. Good night, Fellini Fiend. And Panda ate the piece of toast. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And, yeah. Also, chat, it's my 5-year birthday. I've been on hormones for 5 years now. And, also, we've been streaming for about 5 hours. And if you would like to support me financially, I would love that. Because this stream and my life is made possible by viewers like you. And without that help, I will die. Alone and in the gutter. Doodle does streamer art pieces. I know. Doodleburb has done one of me. Has done a couple of me, actually. Doodleburb also did my my anniversary gift to my partner. Today's your 1 month. Yo, congratulations, Blunt Mouth. But Blunt Mouse. God. Blunt Mouth, I'm sorry. Oh, God. Anyway, chat, this is your one opportunity to not be transphobic, okay? Come on over to riverboat.gg and you can subscribe or gift subs or make a dono. And all of that I give you the T-Slur pass. Thoysome, thank you for the $5 dono. You have the transphobe pass. You can say one transphobia. Like, oh, here's an example of something you could say. Like, oh, Riverboat Jack, you are too hot to handle. That's the transphobia you are able to utter now. Coming up on 9 months, yo, congrats, Skyanon. Hell yeah, let's fucking go. Trans Squad assemble. You're too hot to handle. LB, how dare you say a transphobia at me without paying the tax? Also, I figured we could watch this just because, like, I don't know, I find this cowboy cooking show really delightful.
This has...
And it's been a while since we watched it.
3 different kinds of cheese, but also some smoked sausage to go along. We are smoking up the goodness. Mac and cheese is one of Shan's favorite dishes, and if I don't get this right, y'all might not see me on the next video.
I'd be very sad to learn that this man is transphobic.
But before we go any further, big news, folks. Yeah, y'all know it is coming. The book tour is up on us. It is.
Skyanon, thank you very much for subscribing.
The Windy City in Chicago at the Yeti store. And from there, we're going to go to Amish country. Kidron, Ohio, Lehman's Hardware Store. Biggest hardware store that I've ever seen in my life. There's more stops along the trail, and we're going to have cookbooks at every one of these locations. So comment down there.
I want to learn how to make comfort food the cowboy way.
Below and let us know where we're going to see you at, because I'll try to remember your name and say, oh yeah, I know you. I've got both of the smoker and the grill fired up. We are finna double up on the mac and cheese. But the first ingredient that we're going to start with is actually not cheese. It is what you call it.
Skyanon, you can now be transphobic.
Any roll of breakfast sausage, and I like to use 1 pound roll. They're going to get.
What kind do you have?
I have J.C. Potter, because Potter packs the flavor.
You like Potter's, I like Jimmy Dean.
Look right here, what's it say? No preservatives or MSG.
Yeah.
I really do be liking me some Potters, but folks, I'm gonna meet you over at the fire. All we gotta do is get the casing off of it, season a little, and get it to smoking. Well, we have got the sausage on the grill, roll it around there, put a little bit of our original seasoning on there. Let's get the lid latched down before the south wind.
Oh, I bet his original seasoning is so good.
Takes it off. This is our roughneck smoker. If y'all are not familiar with them, you can find out more at Hasty Baker on our website, either one. Started out today with what? Some good Fogo hardwood lump charcoal. It is oak. I am going to add about 3 chunks of cherry wood to it. I'll either like cherry or apple.
Oh, Abyssal thank you for the $5 dono. I'm poor right now, but not transphobic. Please enjoy a teeny bit of money. Thank you so goddamn much. And maybe some generous soul in chat will take away your white name status soon.
To pair well with pork, we're probably going to try to keep a temperature about
and
275.
You are now allowed to be transphobic.
I just want to smoke the sausage, give it some really good flavor. It'll probably take it 35 to 40 minutes.
I do know how to grill. I do know how to grill. I don't know how to use a smoker yet, but they seem like fun.
We'll roll it around a little to make sure that everybody is getting covered. Let's go ahead and give the folks in Wisconsin a heads up, because the cheese is fixing to come out. It is. But the biggest #1 tip I got to tell you about smoking cheese, and we do have a video already on it, but I'm going to walk you through it again.
I want to get his original seasoning.
Freeze your cheese about 20 minutes, 25 before you even start. So let me go get it out of the freezer. Like I forgot the combination. Guess I did. The wind is supposed to blow here 45, 50.
Do I play games on stream? Funny you should ask that, because I think I'm also going to start Dark Souls 2 tonight.
Mile an hour today. So if you go to...
Let me unhook the audio. Yeah.
And I recently beat Dark Souls on stream.
We're see if we got a guff.
Well, as you begin to talk about it, usually it speeds up, but now it's slowed down a little. But you may hear it a little. That's why we really like them Road Max. They do a great job. Remember, cheese in the freezer, about 25, 30 minutes. Now, the other tip I got for you is get you a good pan. Now, I'm going to tell you this right now. If you can do it, get you a throwaway aluminum foil pan. But today I didn't get that, so I'm going to smoke Shan's pan up a little.
Thanks.
But if you do that, and it'll come off pretty easy, you can just clean it right there. But fill it full of ice cubes. You can see how many there is in there. Get you a wire rack that will lay on there sufficiently, and that one is just a fit. And then let's just go ahead and open some cheese. But remember I told you there was a secret ingredient that went with this, Shan, and I wasn't going to tell them what it was? Cream cheese.
Yes.
Yes. But folks, it's going to come off way before that other cheese does. I like to freeze this in about 45 minutes or an hour because, folks, it will try to melt on you in a hurry. So we opened that door there. You've seen there's like a handful of hardwood lump coals in there and one pretty good chunk of apple. Now, before
is this the nanner pudding guy? I don't think so. Maybe. I just like his folksy ways.
We're gonna shut that door. I went ahead and got me a few little more flakes of that cherry wood and put in there. It's all at the far end, far as you can go, hiding back over there, making some little heat because I really like to run it like 95 to 125. But I will give you a tip. In July and August, this don't work real well unless you got one of them little old smoking tubes. Indirect heat. Remember, all of this is down here, the heat. All of this is going down here in this corner. Just get it as far as you can over here and the lid's still shut. We'll shut this vent down a little. We'll shut this one down just a tad, just so we get some airflow through there. But like I say, that cream cheese, don't run off in the house and think, well, I'm gonna smoke this 45 minutes. No, because in probably 8 to 10 minutes, maybe not quite that long, we just need some smoky flavor. Remember, it's soft. Smoke penetrates it easier than it does a hard block of cheese. On the cheddar and the mozzarella, we're gonna try to go 45 minutes to an hour. But if you ever think that it's getting too hot, pull you some of that wood back out of it or bring it off a minute, let that fire slow down because you don't want it to melt plumb away.
My partner's dad has a smoker, and I want to try making this. This sounds really good.
Way it will, I promise you, if you ain't paying attention.
Your skirt's blowing up.
Yes, it is. And folks, that wind is creeping in some of these, making that fire run hotter than I want to run. So we're going to have to go ahead. That's what I like about these Legacies. They have this heat deflector shield that we can put over some of that. That'll help. I'll crank this fire down. But I want you to look in here how fast cream cheese begins to take shape. See, you can see it's already getting a little smoky color to it. Turn it this way.
Huh.
Try to get some of that.
I never thought of smoking cheese before. That's a wild concept to me, but I can see how it would work.
Wind off of it to where it ain't just cycling through there 150 miles an hour and running at a temperature of 7,000 degrees. You know, folks, when I'm having to cook out here and the wind blowing 40 mile an hour, and it ain't rained in forever in this country, the drought's going on, you know where I'd love to be? Somewhere on a beach where there's some water and it's green. Yeah, you heard me right, but guess what? We are gonna get that opportunity coming up this next year in January. We are hosting our own cowboy cruise, and you can come along and join up with us because I got some dear friends.
What? He's going on a cruise? Okay.
Tropical. Well, we've been on about 12 to 14 minutes we have, and I want you to look at this cream cheese. You can see it's beginning to really get really soft, and I don't want it to fall through that grate. So we're gonna go ahead and see if we can't get this spatula under it. You're gonna lose some of it, but not much. Now, I'm gonna tell you right now before you go any further, just take your finger, wipe that across there. Smoky cream cheese. See how the end of this cheese is beginning to melt on that side? So just, if you have to, take your spatula. Usually you can do it with your fingers. We ain't gonna lose none of it. Turn him over, trade ends with him, because I want them to get some more smoke than what they've got. So we're just gonna leave them going, let them go. We'll put this cream cheese in the ice box and let it chill till everybody else is ready.
Ooh. Oh. Hello there, melty cheese and sausage. Oh, this is gonna be decadent.
You seen we did have to add some more smoke to it once or twice because you want to keep that smoke a-rolling,
I think
but also be sure that you...
Yeah, I think the cheese does take up the flavor of what's being smoked, you know? So I think, like, depending on, like, the wood you're using and the, like, if there's other things being smoked, you know? Like they had some of that sausage in there. I'm sure that also contributes to some of the smoke, but a lot of it is the wood that you choose to burn in the smoker.
Flip that cheese back and forth, and you want it to really get that shine, that color to it, and you can smell that smoke. It is so good. But the thing you got to watch for too is don't let that cheese begin to melt and run down that rack. Temperature's running a little high, or you've been on there a little too long. So make sure you keep...
Right? This is missing bacon.
Keep an eye on it. You don't want to lose none of it falling down through there. But if you do, I'll show you something it's good for. We have multiple cheese inspectors today. Cletus, since your company, he said, I don't know nothing about cheese.
Puppies.
Duker, you've always been our cheese lover. Big, where is Sade? Mage, where you at, buddy? You're hard to get to. So when you get that cheese off, and folks, you can go ahead and assemble this product now, or if you want a much more robust, rich, smoky flavor, let that cheese cool at room temperature, and then to where it's not sweating anymore, put it in one of them sandwich bags and put it in the ice box, and you can let it set 24 hours, 48 hours, 3 days, whatever you need. But every time that it sets more, it is going to let that smoke incorporate deeper and deeper into that cheese. Now, the sausage itself, you've seen me pull it when I probed it with our little chef's temp there. It was at 163, 164, so it is ready to come off there. I like to go ahead and take the cheddar and the mozzarella, just cube it up, put it over in that stock pot over about medium heat. I'm gonna give you a little tip. You know, if you'll get you a good rubber spatula that you can use to mash that cheese as it's melting right there, it'll sort of help it. And then when it begins to get really smooth and try to melt there, then we're gonna just put the cream cheese in there with it. But you gotta stir. Stir it really well. Do not let it scorch, because cheese will scorch and then you have ruined the whole deal. We're gonna add half and half to this to get the consistency and the smoothness that we want. And when it comes to that point, then we're gonna crumble up this good smoky sausage and put in there and stir it all together. Ooh, folks, this is gonna be the best mac and cheese you ever eat in your life.
Okay, I believe it. You aren't gonna put any onions in there or anything? Oh my. Oh dear. Yeah, he been making mac and cheese this whole time. Oh, that looks so good.
That right there is heaven in a bowl. Now, you can use any kind of pasta you want to, but I'd be preferring that shells. Why? Because you can fill them shells up with more cheese. They got more cheesiness when you get them to your mouth. Remember, when you cook that pasta and you take it back out of there, rinse it really good and drain it before you put it back in that pot. Add you a half a stick of butter. Can I have a bite now, Shan?
Please
do. I've been wanting a bite of this ever since we started. But see how that cheese stick on there? Yes, sirree. That make you want to do like the what? The sometime cheesy smoked pasta shell dance. And then you
it's delightful.
Run over there, get you another bite, run back, and then you cover it up like this because you don't want nobody getting no more of it. We thank you so much for tuning in. We do. And remember, everything we use today will be listed down there in the little link below.
Cowboy Kent Rollins.
You don't want to miss out on this recipe, folks. It is so good and so handy. But it is always with great pride and honor and privilege that I salute all our servicemen and women and all the veterans who have kept that old flag flying back there in camp. It is. But one other thing I need to ask you folks, I need a special prayer request for a good friend of mine that lives in Branson. His name is Jim. So if you just lift him up in prayer, I'd really appreciate it. I would.
Aww.
Remember, that book tour is coming at you. It is live and in Technicolor. So keep an eye on that events page on the website, because we might be showing up in your town and you wouldn't want to miss that. So make sure you keep an eye on it. Check us out. We'd love to see you. The rest of you, come on in here really close and we'll give you a big hug. God bless you each and every one, and I'll see you down the smoked macaroni, cheese, and sausage trail. You know, it is a great... I'm not going to do that.
Hey, Paul, you need to fix that.
Oh, it's much better.
What the fuck is that? What's going on, jailbirds? You're fucking locked up in your house and you're still buying fucking jar sauce. You know how I know you're buying jar sauce? Because I've been to the shops and I've seen people fucking buying this shit. This is one of the worst offenders of them all. Carbonara my fucking ass. Cheese powder, onion, thickener, yeast extract, chives. If that's fucking carbonara pasta sauce, I'm the president of Australia. Fuck this shit. Let's make some real sauce. Bam, here's what's in real carbonara. Pancetta or bacon, you can use a bit of speck. You could probably use ham, but I wouldn't. Bit of Parmesan cheese, garlic, and fucking eggs, and that's it. Don't be a dickhead and put cream in it. Doesn't need it. So this is easy as fuck. 3 yolks and 1 whole egg. You gotta separate the yolk from the white. Let me show you how. Crack the fucking thing, try and bust it in half, and then using the shell, kind of separate the white there. Then you've got the yolk. So chuck 1 yolk in there, 2 yolks. You can use your fucking hands, but you probably shouldn't, because you're a grub and you'll give your family coronavirus. 3 yolks, and finally 1 whole egg. Do what you want with the spare whites. You can fucking throw them over a rainbow if you like. Relive your depressing youth. Stick the whites in your hair, fashion an annoying mohawk and pretend that you like punk rock. But for now, I don't need them, so I'm fucking them off. Next, you want to shave some Parmesan cheese into the egg mix. Don't use tasty cheese, it's fucking disgusting. Righto, so once you've done that, give it a stir. Fucking sweet as. Next, cut up a little bit of garlic. And then cut up the bacon, pancetta, whatever, Trevor. That's almost it. Get a pan, bang it on the stove, and turn the heat on. Turn the heat down to medium, medium-high, something like that. So bung some butter in. Don't put too much butter in unless you're chasing a fucking cardiac arrest. That'll do ya. While that's melting, we'll put the pasta on. Get lots of water, a lot of salt, easy as fuck. Put the pasta in straight up, and give it a little push, a little slow push. Don't touch the boiling water, you'll fucking burn yourself. And then let it go. Put the lid back on, put the shit in the pan. Just cook it till it's fucking cooked. This isn't a fucking everydayer. If you're locked in quarantine fucking eating carbonara every day, you're gonna die of a heart attack before you die of coronavirus. But it's still better for you than that fucking disgusting jar shit. The next bit is to put the pasta in with the bacon and the garlic. But you got to be careful because there's a lot of fucking spitting fat in here. And if you put water in with fat, it'll fucking explode. So take it easy. Now the trick with pasta is to fucking eat your hair as well. Now the trick with getting pasta the al dente is don't cook the shit out of it. Served as a tiny little white dot in the middle. If that's there, it's ready to go. Righto, so the pasta's done. So you want to introduce the pasta to the pan. Now once you've got the pasta in there, you want to give it a bit of pasta water. Give that a kick around. Now you want just a pinch of salt, just a fucking pinch. Good whack of pepper. Once you've got the salt and pepper in there, turn the heat off. Now let it cool down for a sec. We're going to introduce this shit to that shit. If you put egg mix into it while it's too hot, you're going to get fucking scrambled egg pasta, and that sounds chat. Once it's cooled down a bit, slowly introduce this shit to it. The pasta's hot enough to cook the eggs, so don't freak out. You're not going to die. Once that's done, bung it on a plate. Bang a little more cheese on it. Because cheese is fucking sick. A little more pepper. And that's it. That's fucking it. It tastes fucking mad. Don't put fucking jar sauce in your pasta. It's weird. Wash your hands. Stay inside. And survive in style, champions. See you next time. Fuck jar sauce.
I only learned very recently that people really hate jar sauce. Who is this? This is... There you go. It's this person. There you go. Man, people really did not like the two cooking videos we watched. Jeez Louise. Lost like 20 viewers over that shit. Okay. Jar sauce is almost always loaded with salt. I know, I love it. Look, I need salt. Otherwise I'll die. Okay, folks. 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 Okay, there we go. Sorry, there we go. I'm gonna start playing Dark Souls 2. And I'm also going to lob a grenade at all of you. And that grenade is a Jubilee panel. And that Jubilee panel is about are men falling behind, male feminists versus female anti-feminists. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. Ooh boy. It's right. Yeah, that's right. I'm about to do some harm today. I accidentally poured a bunch of pills on my head today. Wait, how did you manage that? And Dark Souls 2, Scholar of the First Sin.
Can I ask you a question though?
Okay, we're gonna do a little swap-a-roo though. Boop. Boop. There we go. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Thanks for humoring me, chat. God, it's so loud for boating. Boop. There we go. There we go. Boom.
Or ask the group a question. There's more world leaders who are male, and typically I think
Good, and
leadership...
that's a good thing. Women should not be in positions of extreme leadership like presidents, et cetera,
so
et cetera,
loud.
because we're too emotional.
I'm feeling a lot of emotions right now.
If you agree, step forward. Women have more privileges today than men.
I went back and forth on this one, thinking about the difference between more and different. I think women have distinctly different privileges than men have.
Oh, good.
But with this new feminist movement that is arising, more of the third, fourth wave, we are finding, I think, that women are placed and pedestalized above men in a lot of ways. There's affirmative action.
I'm really glad that Amala from PragerU is on this video. I'm sure this is gonna be great.
Women have more.
Actually, I'm gonna let this play out here.
A place where souls may mend your ailing mind. You will lose everything. Once branded, the symbol of the curse, an augur of darkness. Your past, your future, your very light. None will have meaning, and you won't even care. By then, you'll be something other than human. A thing that feeds on souls, a hollow. Long ago, in a walled-off land far to the north, a great king built a great kingdom. I believe they called it Drang Lake. Perhaps you're familiar. No, how could you be? But one day, you will stand before its decrepit gate without really knowing why.
I don't really know what the lore reasoning for this particular scene is. I wonder if someone has answered that. I'm gonna assume yes.
Like a moth drawn to a flame.
Yeah, it came out ages ago. I've played through it a few times. I enjoyed it a lot.
Time after time. For that is your fate. The fate of the cursed.
Oof. There we go. I need to edit how this game is being displayed. Is there no... Well, that's fucking irritating. There's no way for me to alt-tab out of this? It did not like me alt-tabbing. Okay. But I was able to alt-tab. Excellent. Okay.
Privileges today than men.
I went back and forth on this one, thinking about the difference between more and different. I think women have distinctly different privileges than men have, but with this new feminist movement that is arising, more of the third, fourth wave, we are finding, I think, that women are placed and pedestalized above men in a lot of ways. There's affirmative action hiring and scholarships where women, sometimes even regardless of academic standing or achievement, are prioritized above men. But men also have different privileges that they get to access. I struggle to say more, but I think I do agree with the feminist movement now there is more.
If you are born into this life with a vagina, you inherently have 10 times more privilege than a man. From the time they are little, girls are always like doted on and you're so pretty and cute.
Very coddled.
They're coddled,
Yeah.
right? As they should be, you know?
Yeah.
We want that feminine, nurturing energy in them. You can kind of be a degenerate woman and have a hot body and be a millionaire on OnlyFans. Men don't have that privilege. Now, women don't have to like work to get a guy. They're just hot. And then guys come to them and spend their resources on them. A man has to prove himself. He has to build a body. He has to make money. He has to build influence. He has to become a protector, a provider. Women just have that naturally by just having a vagina, as I said.
You know, it's real weird to me that, like, women will say this, but, like, none of what they're saying applies to all women. You know, like, some women, sure, some women will be vied for, but, like, that is absolutely not the case for, like, all women. You know, like there are some women who, like, struggle in the dating marketplace. And, like, that's okay. Like, or not necessarily that that's okay, but, like, none of what these people are saying applies to them. Hey? Okay. Yeah, like, are you not conventionally attractive? Oh, well, you're not a real woman. Think I can drop down here? Yeah. Oh god.
Why it's frustrating because the feminist movement has been all about women acting like they don't have rights and acting like...
Where do I... Okay, I also recognize this lady. Wait. Wait. Where do I recognize this lady from? This account doesn't exist on Twitter. Oh, what did you say? I don't know why I recognize her. Huh. Okay.
they have it pretty hard in the modern day world. I can't think of a single thing that I don't have that a guy has, or
that
you
they
know,
only have.
like,
I would say the
that
one
they
thing I
only
would
have.
say is the safety thing. That's the only thing that I would say is that women are disadvantaged from. By nature, women are not as physically strong. I mean, you're physically strong, but as physically strong.
I'll take it.
These great biceps. And men just are. And if you're walking down a dark alley as a woman, you're going to feel some type of way sometimes,
That's
right?
why we need guns.
Well, there you go.
I'm going to talk a little bit more about like the judicial system. When it comes to, let's say, domestic dispute,
seems to be
if
the
a woman
ruckus?
calls the police, they automatically show up, arrest the man. This the
your
Duluth
face.
model, I think is how you pronounce it.
The face
And
of
that's
the curse.
already in place. It's not necessarily like a right
It's
or
an
anything, but
undead.
it's certainly in all of the police
An
departments.
undead has
Is if
come to
feminism is
play.
all about equality, why would you
Well,
automatically
then look,
arrest
yeah.
a man? When they
All the
arrest
ones
him,
like
his name is
you.
in the newspaper automatically. The
You
fact that a
spoke to
woman
that
can say
kind of
Jane Doe
dear,
and she doesn't have to put her
didn't
name
you?
out there, what skin in the game is there?
And there's so many instances of that. I know men personally
You're
who
finished.
have had domestic
You'll
violence within
go
the relationship with
hollow.
children involved, unfortunately. And the woman
Yes.
attacked the man in front of the
You'll
child,
become
and
one
he's
of
still.
them.
I know 2 instances personally, and he's still fighting
prey
to get the
upon
child
men.
back. That's from the Me Too movement.
Feast upon
Congratulations,
their
you guys got that.
It kind of invalidates the women who do come forward and who
is the
have faced
fate
rape and
of the
sexual assault and all of that, because then it kind of turned into a Twitter hashtag.
That's correct.
Where
I do
women
like
were
her
like,
coat.
oh, you know what? I want to join. Like, this seems fun. Like,
For
it's
clout,
not
for
fun.
clout.
I think it's a mixed bag. I don't think the Me Too movement was inherently harmful. It's the Me Too movement when you
Right.
couple it with something like believe all women. That's when it
Yes.
becomes
Yeah.
an
And the
inherently harmful.
victimization
It
of women who
encouraged
aren't
people.
really victims.
The prompt is, do women have more privileges? We have privileges simply by virtue of being women. We
Blorgenda
have
is my
privileges with
name
affirmative
for this
action. We have
playthrough.
privileges in family court, and we have privileges as far as being believed and forgiven. It's that's something that should be acknowledged.
That's correct.
Can I have the disagreeer step forward?
I appreciated the distinction of more versus different privileges. You can't just use a broad brush and paint the entire debate and say, all right, well, this is men have more than women, that's it.
Here's
Like,
your
women
reward.
must inherently then have no privileges. That's not how it works. And that's where we start to get into the idea of like intersectionality,
It's a
where
human
another woman
effigy.
who had a different experience, if it was a trans woman, if it was a woman of color, if it
Take
was a
But I
woman
don't
who
think we're
closer
including
look.
trans women into feminism.
and I think we definitely
it's
should.
I don't
Like,
think we should
be?
at all. I think that trans women should
Think
not be part of the
back,
feminist movement
deep
because
into
a
your
man, just because
past.
they, wake up and feel like they can be a woman one day, could come in and then suddenly
It's
know what
an
it's like to have a
effigy
period
of
or know what it's
you.
like to have a child. It's anything from men replacing women in sports to men replacing women on podcasts during Women's Month and when we're talking about women's health, or you've even got biological men who think they're women going to the White House speaking on behalf of all women.
I do have a question for you based on the prompt, though, because you've lived in both experiences, at least socially. I'm curious, when you transitioned to male and people started perceiving you as male, like most people did today, what privileges changed for you, or what did you see enter your life that you didn't have before?
Yeah, and that's sort of where a lot of my beliefs in feminism do lie, is because being out into the world as a gay woman was the way I was seen. Men treated me definitely not nearly as well as they did. I was bullied in school. I had people call me slurs, and it seemed like it was because I was threatening to like the male structure that we are in, where it's like male and female. Because I was a female who liked females, I was somehow infringing on that, and so they didn't like me. Things change naturally when you socially transition and are perceived by the world in a different way. When I transitioned from being perceived as female to the world to just pretty much passing or blending full-time as male, was that I got a lot more respect from other men. People listened to me and took me seriously. In a social passing setting, people aren't going to harass women who are around me if I'm walking with them at night, which is just a benefit I never thought about.
Of caveat, actually. So I say that, yes, there are some privileges that women have that men don't, but also there's privileges that men have that women don't. I don't think women are more privileged in our society because I could get a woman pregnant and I could just run away.
They could get you
Well,
for
they can
child
get you for
support.
child support, which they
But
do.
are you saying she can't run away?
Go to jail.
Do you
Are you saying
They could
she
take
can't
your
run away
money.
from the pregnancy?
But you could actually physically leave. I know what you're saying.
At the end of the day, like, I don't see women having more privileges than men because we don't have the same, there's no way to objectively measure it.
Well, and in the scenario that you pointed out, I mean, if a woman was pregnant, she wouldn't be able to get an abortion in most
In some
parts
states,
of the country.
yes. In some states,
That's a major disadvantage.
You can't get an abortion, but children can go get a gender change at 12 with a
Feels
parent
like you're
at
very
15
fixated on that.
without consent.
That's not true.
It feels like you're very fixated on that.
I know the laws as well.
I went through this.
I know, in some states you can, and in Thailand you can go at 16 and get your everything cut off.
Guys, it's less than 5%.
I know.
It
It's such a
doesn't
small.
matter.
It's such a small
It doesn't
subset
matter.
of the
But
population.
you can't say that about you have a child. You're not a
That's
parent
between
yet.
the parent and the child.
Can I ask you a question though, or ask the group a question? There's more world leaders who are male, and typically I think
Good,
leadership.
that's a good thing.
I know it's
Well, he
weird
was
coming
talking
from me,
to
but
me.
I do want to know.
God, these are the
doesn't
worst people.
Bum you out that
Hey, it's a Roro.
It's less likely for a woman to become president.
I don't feel bummed out because I know that if I want to
primordial
pursue
Brenda.
something that I want to do, I have every capability to do it in this country.
I don't feel bummed out. Women should not be in positions of extreme leadership like presidents, et cetera, because we're too emotional.
I'm feeling a lot of
too.
emotions
Men
right
can be
now.
impulsive.
I'm not saying that men can't be emotional.
Like we had a
Men are
president,
more
we had a president
logical.
who would literally just
And now
go
we
on
have a president
Twitter
whose
every
brain
day,
doesn't
every
work.
second.
Wait, 1% so she can hear us.
To be logical and to be sound is not something defined by gender. It's just something defined by your own psychology.
The left and right brain, it
That's just
actually
false.
is though.
It's
That's
just
not
false.
false. It's not
Come on,
false.
Matt.
It
Come
is
on.
not
Really?
false.
Really?
No, your question about leadership, I think, is a very poignant question because a lot of people are asking that. Why don't we see more female presidents? Why don't we see more female CEOs or Fortune 500 companies? And again, it goes back to those gender differences. There will be women who will be exceptions to the generalized rule of what it means to be feminine, and those women you will see succeed in extreme leadership. But we should also discuss what the conditions of extreme leadership are. We're talking 80-hour work weeks, subscribing yourself to your career and nothing else.
Forgoing family
and
children.
Psychologically and biologically, women tend to lean in the direction of not making those choices for themselves, while men are highly competitive, they are highly analytical, systematic, they're willing to put in that time and take extreme measures to gain career status.
Exactly.
But in an
Perfectly
egalitarian
said.
society, it's about having that choice to make that decision. And
Yes,
that's what feminism
but we
is about.
do,
It's
but
about
we already
having-
have that choice.
We
If-
do
if
have that
I want to go
But
own
it's
my own
being-
company,
it's
I
being
can.
restricted.
Like I said in the beginning, we've all agreed that the beginning of feminism was going in the right
Humanizing
direction.
women,
It
right?
was humanizing women. It was making them equal to men. It was giving us the same opportunities so that we can go vote, so that I can go get a job, so that I can drive a car. Like
She can
there's
run for
other
president if
countries
she wants.
that I know that we weren't talking about other countries, but if you want to talk about feminism, go protect the women who get beat up for driving a car in other countries.
What the hell?
Men are falling behind in society.
All people come here for the same reason.
I just
To
think
break
we have
feminism.
amazing men here today.
You're
It's an
never
honor to be on this
different.
panel with you, to see this masculine energy. However, I know that men are not able to be men anymore. Because of the feminist,
You never
modern
know.
feminist propaganda, I coach men in my practice and they tell me like, I don't even know what I can do on a date anymore. Can I ask a woman out? Am I gonna get in trouble for this now? Like, I really like her. I kind of want to put my hand around her
What are you
waist.
gonna get in trouble
Maybe
for?
that's gonna, I'm gonna be all over social media, this kind of thing. And I think men
Good
don't
night,
have
OG
the
Mountain
balls
Dragon.
anymore to just
Hold
stand
on to
up and be a man, be
yourselves.
dangerous,
They're
be
all
fierce.
I want to respond to a lot of what
Respond,
you said.
please.
Does anybody else want?
Oh,
You make a
I'll
really
fool
interesting
you no
point.
longer.
However, I feel like
You
a lot of the
lose
reasons why
yourselves.
men can't
All of
actively
them.
express masculinity
Over
in a positive
and
way
over
is because of the patriarchal structures that we have. Part of where I'm coming from with this is I'm trans. So I was born female, now I present as male. I came out socially and medically transitioned at 18.
Okay.
The feminist movement is what helped me feel empowered enough to be who I am and
Okay.
be a man.
And
Ladle
no
run?
disrespect to your process.
I don't know what that
it's a very
means.
strenuous thing that you go through, but I see a woman
This
still.
is a
I
limbo.
feel feminine energy from
A
you.
link between
all right.
drum
I
And
totally
so when you
respect
say
that.
you're a
and the
man, then
outer
it's like,
world.
I don't see that.
The way I
Fair
think
travel.
about it is more
I
like
know.
about
Why
individual
else would
choice
you
and
visit
individual
such a
freedom.
place?
And if I want to
This
say that I
lost
have feminine energy and people view me as masculine or vice versa,
name is
then
the
that's their
old
problem.
woman
That's not my
who once
problem. And for me,
firekeepers.
that's what feminism is about. Is about giving people the choice to act in accordance with however the hell they want to.
But that's a very dangerous society.
That's not how feminism started, though. Yeah, we went from, you know, wanting equal rights for women and equality for women, and now it's
Humanizing
kind of
women.
humanizing women, making it to where I think we all agree, you know, women now are equal to men, and with like third and fourth wave feminism, especially fourth wave feminism, it's kind of turned into individuality, like you said.
It doesn't take a man to tell me how to be a man. It doesn't take a woman either. I can define myself as a man how I want to. I don't need somebody like Andrew Tate to be like, you're not a man unless you do this. I also don't need a woman to come up and be like, you're not a real man if you don't do this. And it's the same with femininity. I'm not gonna tell you how to be a woman. I don't think another woman should tell you how to be a woman either.
So what would you tell kids?
Yeah, like he has this, you have a daughter.
well, I
Do you
yeah.
really want to be guided by the ambiguous, define yourself as however you want to define yourself. And for her mind to be molded and shaped by men who, no disrespect, women who turn themselves into men and then turn themselves back and say there's a lot of dissatisfaction when the root of the problem wasn't the gender, it was everything else.
There's actually
slow down, though.
very
I
low
feel like
I
rates
looked at
of
the percentages.
detransitioning, but that's
I looked at
neither
the
here nor there.
percentages.
That's also a minority.
These people fucking
feels like you're
suck,
bundling
man.
a lot of ideas, which makes it hard to
fucking
respond.
hate
But
that.
Because there's so much data to support
can you
these.
repeat what's the main question?
Do you
want me
want
to
your
answer?
daughter's mind to be formed and shaped by a society that tells her it's okay to be masculine and to be a man, and that she
Totally.
doesn't need a man, and that it's better off for her to be alone and put her career first and not have children?
I think it's more likely than not that she'll probably follow a more conventional path. If my daughter grows up and she wants to dress like a boy, like great. If she, for whatever reason, is experiencing gender dysphoria, like we would navigate that together. But that, to me, it doesn't scare me. And I would all the more want to live in a world that...
I feel like that's sad because
Why,
it's a
though?
because my son, I encourage him. I say, you are to be, and I really don't care the backlash. You're supposed to be attracted to women. And
Isn't
I
that
tell
a lot
him,
of pressure?
What
and
the
no.
fuck?
And I ask him,
But what
who
if
are
he's not?
Because life for transgender individuals, and my son's African American as well, is very freaking hard. I don't know if we can swear, I'm sorry.
You can.
It's very hard. Do you know this to be true?
Asking people or putting pressure on your son or putting pressure on my
pressure.
daughter to not...
I just tell him.
Okay, but to not be their true self, if that's truly how they feel,
But that's
it
not
feels
their
like
true
that
self.
would
No,
be...
because they're
That's
not their true
that's
self.
this like
Thank you.
that's this way. It's
Thank you.
society has influenced everybody to be
We are
like,
so off
you know.
problem.
When you say I can
I feel-
identify, I can be whatever I want. If I want to say, I'm Beyonce today, I can now just be Beyonce,
But do you
right?
actually believe that?
I do. Kind of like I don't think you
Can we
believe
talk
it.
about the prompt?
Genuinely
Yeah,
believe
let's go back
The
to
prompt's
that.
about men falling
Here's
behind.
the other thing. Men are falling behind. Is it because of feminism, or is there socioeconomic factors that we're not looking at?
Well, how do we
Because,
define
well, no.
falling behind?
Let's
Yeah,
look,
what do you see as falling behind?
What's falling behind? So people in America, not just men, everybody is getting poor. This has nothing to do with
Well, that's
feminism.
not true.
No,
That's a mental state.
No,
There is-
it's
like
not true.
Poverty
This
is a mental
economic
state,
data. We're
bro.
falling
I'm not getting
behind
that.
Well,
ourselves.
you can blame the president
And-
for that.
Okay,
And
back
the other
to the
thing
prompt.
is, what do you define
Have
as
you ever just
masculinity? It's
tried to
subjective.
knock
It's
it
cultural.
What do you define
I
masculinity
think masculinity is whatever you want it to be. It doesn't have to be this objective
How-
thing where it's like, oh, you're masculine, you're
How
not.
is
Like,
it, can it,
so it could be different from our society to another society. And actually, in some countries, like men who don't provide for their families or are not the sole provider are not seen
but
as
are we
masculine.
talking about other countries, or are we talking about the U.S.
But even
right
here,
now?
actually, even here, there are people who will say that's demasculating for a man to make less money than his wife.
I appreciate everything everyone's saying. I do want to talk about the prompt. When I heard the prompt and I heard that, I thought about men falling behind, I thought more like mental health, like suicide is more common
Oh, we're
with
gonna
men.
go here.
No,
Love
but it's
this one.
true. Like men
But it's such a
commit suicide
and
at
it's not
higher
a cop
rates.
out. Like, I'm not saying mental health isn't an issue. That it is an issue, and obviously a lot of men are experiencing a lot of pressure.
Have you heard like the term death of despair?
Men are committing suicide more. Men are
Right.
dying from alcohol-related
These women
illnesses
do
more,
not care.
and they're also dying from drug abuse and drug overdose more.
Correct.
And that's an increasing trend in society.
Yeah.
And then you
That's
see
true.
educational
It is
gaps.
No, there's no denying that. Like, young men are abandoning colleges at a rapid
Yeah, it's a
rate.
lot of pressure to be a man.
They're also
Like,
far
sorry.
lonelier than women are
Yep.
right now.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
lots
women
of
are the
partners.
least
Hold on.
happy.
Can I finish my point? Sorry. I'm like, don't let me lose my train of thought. They're abandoning colleges. Women make up, they enroll in college at a 60% rate. Women are earning more than men nowadays, right? So Hold on.
We can get to the wage gap.
It's about enrollment. So are they having other jobs? Yeah, probably.
Sure.
But I'm saying like men are not going to these institutions. Why?
When you're saying lack of enrollment, there's more entrepreneurials in the entrepreneurial space than ever before in history. So I believe a lot of people are opting out of college as we had to pursue their ventures. So that could be part of the reason why the enrollment has declined.
Can I just go back to a point that you said really quick?
Yeah,
where
go
you
ahead.
talked about
Yeah.
like the mental health of men and how
Me?
the stigmatization of men addressing their mental health.
Yeah.
What system are we in that
Sure.
makes it so that men have this big stigma around our mental health where we can't
Yeah.
talk about it and the suicide rate goes
So
up?
I'll
We
tell-
are in a patriarchal system.
Hold on, let me
That
tell you,
is
let me
the-
tell you.
Those
So
are
the
those are the
way-
bounds we are within currently.
There's a
That's
lot
toxic
Can I have
masculinity.
Mason complete his point? I'll encourage you to let the other person
Wow.
finish the point,
Th-
and then of course,
Jubilee
we can move
actually
forward, but
moderating a
let them talk.
discussion? That's
Just
crazy.
Real quick, the systemic structures we are in
Yes.
are patriarchy. That is what has caused men to have this massive stigma around mental health,
Sure.
where we don't feel empowered to reach out. Men tend to not go to therapy. That leads to suicide, that leads to all of these big things. That's not caused by feminism. That was happening well before the
So,
feminist movement
hold on.
came into these
Let
new
him
waves.
finish. There's a lot of psychiatrists, psychologists, and economists, professors, all these people coming out saying that the
Economists.
actual psychology department is feminized. I know, it's,
I'm processing what you're saying.
The
It's
psychology
weird, but the
department?
way that everything's processed is for women. So women and men process information differently.
Damn,
Men are
women
like
now
this
make
in
up
their brain, women are-
53%
it's
of the
all over. I'm like,
profession.
what the hell
Damn,
does that
bro.
mean?
Well, it's
It
left
means
brain, right
that
brain
when you
usage.
I wish it was
process
that
like
simple.
men need to solve the problem before they can process the emotion.
Women are
Women
emotional.
react
My
on
wing
emotion.
woman.
Yeah,
all the
that's
time.
it.
But so women have a tendency, not a tendency, they do better with talk therapy. That doesn't always work for men. Men do better when they are kind of working with a coach or somebody that's going to be like, this is what you have to do, and then come
Like
back
massive
see how you
action
did.
That's why mentors
So-
work. That's why men need.
He had a thought though. Can you let
Source.
him finish his
So-
thought?
Source
The
is a
same
crack
problems
pipe.
with the military, a lot of the suicide rate. Even though there is therapy services, they're actually actively discouraged, and it's because of this masculine energy in the military. Because it is still, even to this day, a very ultra masculine institution.
Yeah, this is
and
Scholar
there's
of the
these negative
First
energies
Sin.
saying like, hey, no, you shouldn't like go talk. That's what these fucking do.
But that's
But-
toxic
Well, it's
masculinity.
interesting
Yes, but it
That's
comes
not
from
patriarchy.
it comes from a
There's a
place of
difference.
no, it comes from a place where it's like, oh, that's not what men do. Just suck it up and push on, and that's why a lot of these guys end up killing themselves.
But what branch were you in? Can I ask?
I was in the army. I
Okay.
was,
So you're an athlete, correct? And
Yes.
in the military, what is in the military that makes everything work within the military? It's a structure, right?
yes, it's a structure.
It's a system, right? Who runs the military? Who is at the very top of the command?
Oh, the commander in chief, the
Correct.
president of the United States. A couple hundred years.
But I'm making a point here. So there's one person at the very top. Even if you take the commander in chief away, there's your general, right? Then there's lieutenant general, there's corporal, and I forget the, don't hate me, there's all those privates, et cetera. There's a system. One person is at the top of that system, and he has supporting members underneath him, all the way down to private. And that's what patriarchy was, quote, patriarchy was designed. It's a system of one person taking a leadership position, and they make decisions for the greater good, utilitarianism of all, meaning the family unit.
That's not really what
That-
patriarchy
And actually, that's,
It
that's
is.
a
I
very-
looked
that's-
up the
That's
definition,
That's actually a very
I
ideal
literally
one.
looked it up yesterday.
I feel.
No, you're
I
good.
feel
I
like
got
I really
lost.
need the male
Amazing.
feminists also to respond because I feel like they've spoken 20%. Once they're done with their thought, feel free to interrupt, but let them finish a sentence.
Okay, I want to talk. I'm going to talk. I mean, I do think men are falling behind. I feel like the world is just changing in a way where men don't have like a natural place to fit in, or it's not as intuitive as it used to be. And I think men are alone. I heard you throw out the word loneliness, and that does feel true. I just don't think that feminism did that. I just think like the world is changing.
What you said really resonated with me when we define falling behind. What I think about with men is that high suicide rate, that likeliness and proclivity towards violence and aggression. I think about loneliness and not being in relationships with which young men are struggling with a lot right now. And where I feel finding common ground and feminism does get right in a sense is that we should expand our horizons as far as how we view masculinity. Men should be able to cry, they should be able to be vulnerable, and that's something that we need to access. But also, these men who are feeling disillusioned with the world right now, they are seeking out male figures. We've seen, you know, the rise of the Jordan Petersons or some of the personalities at the Daily Wire or the Andrew Tates.
Oh,
They are
God.
seeking out somebody who's telling
Some of
them,
the personalities
I
at
want
my
you to access
workplace.
those masculine traits and harness them in a way. I would say Jordan Peterson's probably a more healthy role model for men than, say, an Andrew Tate, but men are going towards these more aggressive, masculinized traits and seeking out men that are trying to harness that for them.
Yeah.
I thought you made a really great point that I totally agree with, where men are looking for these role models of how to embody masculinity because we are falling behind and a lot of people don't know how to act. What's really important and what I've seen, at least in my experience, like feminism bring up is the idea of like Justin Baldoni doing his talk about being man enough for your woman, being man enough to be emotional, being man enough to support children. That's the type of manliness and masculinity I think needs to be embodied so that men can catch up and feel like there's a place for them. That's something that we need to focus on, is making sure that people know how to embody masculinity in a way that's going to be beneficial for everyone.
Women should also be drafted into the military.
Let's do it.
If you're gonna vote, you might as well be drafted, baby.
Oh, God.
That's it.
Yeah, I believe rights come with responsibilities, and we are all responsible individuals. Granted, I'm glad we live in a society where we haven't had the draft since like
Bye, nerds.
Vietnam.
50 years. Yeah,
Vietnam. I think
yeah,
Vietnam.
50 years ago.
I do think that maybe like we should
Bye, nerd.
look at the draft and as other options, not just military service. So I was in the active duty military, and I was also in the National Guard, and I've fought wildfires, and like I've done crowd control. I've done a lot of other things. If you want the same rights, you have to have the same responsibilities, and I think that's just universal based on what you can do and your abilities.
This was a very difficult one for me to parse through because I remember when I was getting my birth certificate changed and it was like, all right, time to register for selective service. And I was like, oh God, I have to make this decision now to register.
You don't have a choice.
I know. So I was like, all right, cool. Like I will go through with finishing all this legal stuff up and register. And I think, like you said, there's lots of other responsibilities that men and women of different abilities and different strengths could fulfill within selective service. If
But
we
I
needed
didn't
it.
have the funding for that. It's been, have it?
Drafted,
Well,
correct me if I'm wrong, would be going into war, would be physically going and doing
Not
the
sincerely.
actual combat.
A lot of the draftees in Vietnam didn't go see combat. They did supportive roles.
Okay.
It's selective service, so you register to be potentially.
Oh, God, I
be
can't wait for them to
over
say, like,
multiple
women
different
can't
roles.
kill anybody. That's crazy.
Right.
Some
So-
of them, there was
That's
some
crazy
bad
idea.
cases,
The part that I would disagree with would be putting women on the front lines. We are physically capable to do a lot. You know,
Come,
there's
Dolly.
different boundaries for women who go into the military, who
without
have to
much
do boot
time
camp,
remaining.
than there are for men. We can work women as
Just
hard as
about ready
they
to fall
can, but they're not
apart,
going to
I'd
work as
say.
hard as men are.
I actually got accepted
Not
into the Air
exactly the
Force,
time
which
to
would
be
have been
chatty.
like
Well,
very nice because I would
suit
have had a little
yourself.
desk job.
Oh,
But
yes.
unfortunately, I was waiting
You
for a
may
job, so I went into
foolish
Army.
shall
So I went through boot camp, and it was hell, and it really messed my
Enchanté.
back up even more
So,
than it already was.
what did
Our
you want? Any-
rationale skills and our
yes.
logical thinking is not conducive to be able to be on the front grounds, to be able to make, oh my gosh, if I step here, this
This
is going to blow
place
up.
is
Can I, like,
everything,
we
isn't
just
it
think too
what?
emotionally. And
This
that's why
place,
when we
we
talked
receive
about
only the most
leadership, it's the
peculiar
same thing.
bits
Being in
and
those
that-
positions where like split-second decision could
Nothing's- well, that's
make or break, I
dismaying.
don't think women have it in them to do that. And I don't think it's fair to men. To be, I wouldn't, if I was a man, I wouldn't want to be next
Women
to a
can't
woman
make
and want to be carried
decisions.
out if I needed to be, if my life was depending on it.
I think it seems like a lot of the same
I
discussions.
don't know,
keep
lady,
happening
seems
with
like
these
you made a
prompts,
decision
which
to get a
is,
boob
back
job.
and forth of how much is it nature, how much is it nurture, how much are there like intrinsic biological differences between men and women, and how much does that dictate our behavior and our physiology, our biology, versus how much of that is through social learning. So how much it's our culture in terms of, let's say,
Societal
like
programming
on a
versus-
scale of 1 to 10, how high is your sex drive?
Very high. I'm a sex
I'm
coach.
not asking you
Oh, I
personally.
thought you were. I'm like, I'm a sex.
So I
it's
wasn't
like-
asking you.
Sorry.
personally. If you ask everyone that,
Yeah.
you'll see on average differences
Uh-huh.
between men and women. And because of that, I don't think we should dictate whether or not someone is drafted into the military. Because ultimately, I think individuals should have the freedom to make certain choices.
It's a draft, though.
Sure,
and
yes.
they can go in if they want.
It's a
That's
draft,
the military.
and what you're saying, you don't think people should be treated differently because there can
Exactly.
be metrics
It's
that fall outside
differential
of the data.
treatment. That's
Of
what I'm
course,
getting
yeah.
at.
So there is differential treatment, but I would say that it's completely reasonable to do that because not only are we focusing on the differential treatment, but we're focusing on outcome. So if I'm expecting somebody to go into combat, which is the reason I didn't walk forward, you should also expect that person on an individual basis to be able to meet the exact same standard as every other man that they are going to be fighting with.
So the military has made a change on that, by the way. They have a new individual test that's based on what jobs you're going to do. If you're doing more combat roles, yes, you have to be stronger and tougher, and there are women meeting those standards. That's why things are changing, and like I said, I'm not for the draft at all, really. I think it's a really bad thing, but if it was to happen, like, it should be across all boards, everybody gets treated equal.
If I could choose the possibility of women being drafted or not, I would choose that they're not.
Over
I don't
the
want my
hill,
daughter to be drafted.
Those who come to Drang Lake seeking some.
Please.
Female sex workers should be more respected.
I don't know a ton about this topic, but I do think I subscribe to the idea that legitimizing sex work reduces the safety risks associated with that profession. It's a very old profession. It's been around for a while.
It's going to continue to be around.
I don't, I think it's also, there's tools out there like OnlyFans that I think has put a lot of the power in the hands of the creators.
A lot of people don't realize, like, nobody actively chooses to be in sex work. You usually go into sex work because of social situations, and if it's a black market, most people ask why I joined the military. It's like, because I was poor. Like, there was no other fucking reason. And I'm not saying it would get rid of exploitation, but if women have legal protections, like if I was a prostitute and I could go up to a cop and say, hey, I got beat up and my money stolen, not being worried about being arrested, like, I would be more likely to report crimes and get the people who are causing problems.
Yeah, and then for the people who just want to do it and want to just like own their sexuality, own their body, and use it as a commodity, a way to make money, they should be able to do that in a way that is safe, in a way that they own all of the videos, all of the content that they make, and in a way that is equitable for them.
When it comes to
these people are
respect,
cool.
there's two definitions. Respect either can mean like politeness, like you wouldn't shut the door on somebody that's like walking behind you, like be respectful. The other respect is usually if you do something that in the workplace that garners approval, you've completed a goal. So when we talk about respect when it comes to sex workers, should we be polite to them? Probably. That would be a human thing to do. I don't have to, but yeah. I prefer
probably,
OnlyFans over
but I
the
don't have to.
traditional porn
Fuck
yeah, because
industry.
you own it, and then
Yeah,
it's
women
a lot.
got
Of course, you don't have to
sex
respect
trafficked,
people.
But that agency is important to
I
know
think
that it's
so,
what
yeah.
you own, and to have that respect put onto you that like this is your content you're putting out into the world.
Yeah, now it's their copyrighted material. Before, when it was the old porn industry, they didn't have rights to those videos. And that's a huge thing. Like if I want to take my stuff down, you have to go to a court with a copyright case, and it just...
That's what happened with Mia Khalifa. That was her
Yeah.
whole thing, and luckily now she has a very successful career doing like sports commentating and stuff. But unfortunately, that's not the rule, that's the exception, where she's been able to be
it's
successful.
a role model.
Right off the bat, you said Mia Khalifa went from being a porn star to being a sports commentator. That is something that we should be directing women towards. It shouldn't be, okay, well, she's gonna go do an OnlyFans or she's gonna be in 50 porn videos to get paid. When we're encouraging women to go out of their way to sell their bodies on the internet because that's a means to an end, we're not doing that the right way, and I don't think the feminist movement should be moving in the direction of normalizing sex work when we should be encouraging women to value themselves, value their body, value their talent, and take that elsewhere.
There's a lot of things in place, though, for women. Like, yeah, there's obviously a need if they're in maybe a lower economic
I'm now
class or
realizing
something,
I did not
but at the
equip
end
my
of the
Estes
day,
class.
that's more of like a morality topic, and so you can't really force that on everybody. I agree with you.
Right. The other thing would be is that women are not happy when they're doing this. It's not empowering as a woman. You can go on Twitter and see these women who are in their 30s with an OnlyFans link in their bio, but with no kids, no husband, no specific thing to actually care about. It's all about materialistic things. These are the same women that you're seeing tweeting about how sad they are. They're tweeting
very
about how
generalized, though.
it's not generalized. It's
That's
the
pretty
majority of those
generalized.
women. They are on
I like to
antidepressants.
I like to speak because
Source?
I've actually been in the industry. So I was trafficked for a decade. You hit the nail. That's okay. You hit the nail on the head. I came from a very poor socioeconomic background. I was a product of the state, and so I speak from experience when I say it's not empowering, it's not glorifying, it's not owning your body. None of that stuff is true. No little girl when they're 4 or 5 says, I want to grow up and be a hooker. OnlyFans is the biggest pimp of them all. They're still taking 20%, and your content still gets leaked a lot.
I agree. I'm not in favor of any kind of exploitation. I also am uncomfortable by the idea of like women I know if they were in that industry, like I admit, like it makes me feel uncomfortable. My gut instinct.
So you have a daughter. I'm going to be having a daughter in 4 months.
Let's just go back to the daughter.
So, well, I mean, it's a good question because you're raising a human being for the future of society that we're going to all shape. How does it make you feel to raise a daughter in a world where you can either preserve, you can either preserve her innocence, or you can step away and let her do the OnlyFans.
How about respect femininity?
It's a great question, and there's two truths that I feel like I can hold at the same time. One is I would be very uncomfortable if any female relative was, or person that I loved, was exploring that profession. Like I would have.
You can't even say it.
I'm trying to be as like
father
professional as I can.
Yeah, as a father specifically.
No. I don't think that I'd fail. I would have complex feelings to navigate.
Yeah.
On a higher level, I don't think that there's anything inherently wrong with that profession, and I respect people who do it in a way that's fulfilling to them and that brings them happiness. If someone's doing that job and it doesn't bring them joy, obviously I would not.
But most of the
them.
women
But you have to
are doing it
understand it's not bringing value or happiness to women.
Well, it might bring value and happiness to some women.
There's going to be exceptions. I think you just want to be careful of like putting a negative label over like so many people's lives.
I think should be negative though, so that young daughters don't run to it. Why don't we have more respect
them
for
enough
femininity
to love them,
versus
to direct them
respect
in a
for
different
sex work?
way.
Men should take birth control.
That's an interesting one.
Sure, why not?
I think it should be a choice.
Well, male birth control does exist. The problem is there hasn't been a lot of funding into making it commercially available. It's about making it an equal responsibility all around, especially if there's a more effective way, like a pill. They can't just whine about the side effects when they know that it can significantly decrease a woman's quality of life when she's dealing with all this.
Her chance of fertility, her chances of, I've never been on birth control, and I don't believe in taking it. I don't believe in putting anything that alters my body. I'm not saying either party should have it, because personally I don't think that anyone should put that stuff in their body, but if one's gonna do it, and then the other one should have the option of doing it.
Yeah, if we're in a world where women have the access to it and men have the access to it, should is just such a strong word.
So strong.
Make the choice for your own body. That's why I didn't walk forward. But yeah, if you both have the option.
If men had the right to birth control, then they would ultimately be coinciding and deciding if a child should come to life. Right now, women ultimately have that decision. No matter what you say, she gets to decide if she goes through with it or not. And I think that's kind of problematic for many reasons. But,
it goes
That's
back
fucking
to why I
insane.
stepped forward with the military draft.
I'm sorry, that's a fucking insane take for her to have. What
but
the
are
hell?
you saying that because you know that women would want a guy to take birth control? That's more of like you want to please the feminists?
Please myself, because I'm a feminist.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying male feminists have a tendency to have the talking points, and they're like, women want us to take the birth control, so I guess we will, but do you actually think that you would?
Why wouldn't I?
If men take birth control, it's stealing the power from women. It's such a fucking
yes!
I decided to get a vasectomy because I wanted to play a small, very small part in having men take more responsibility for their sexual and reproductive health. And once I learned more about vasectomies and the procedure, it seemed like a no-brainer for me to get it. I've known for a few years that I didn't want children, and so I'd been thinking about getting a vasectomy. And then Roe v. Wade got overruled, and I just looked into it, and I started doing more research on it, and free of insurance.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
No side effects. It's an outpatient procedure, so you go in 20 minutes, you're out. I went to work the next day, You should not take it
Bearer
if
of
you
the
have any inkling of a doubt
lest-
about not wanting biological children, because it's not 100% reversible.
But in some cases they do it, yeah.
Right. It's preposterous to me that it's only about 5
I did
to
a
6% of
strength
men in
build
the
last
US
time. I
have
think
a
this
vasectomy,
time I'm gonna do a
because definitely
dex
more than
build.
5 to 6% of men in the US don't want to have children.
That's true.
Yeah,
Because
it's
it's like
complicated
condom,
with hormones. I know why.
vasectomy. There
Yeah.
is no
There's
there's no
nothing in
middle
between,
ground
yeah.
between the two.
Right.
And I think it's because of patriarchy. I know you hate me using that word, but like I think it's
No,
because we
because
prioritize.
of gynocentrism, that's why. Listen, we have advanced so much. You don't think they could come up with a pill at this point?
Well,
Think about it.
they've come up with one. Just it's
It's
not
just that
commercial.
there's not a market for it.
Gynocentrism is like a...
Okay, I want to hear from the disagreeers.
One thing that I do agree with is the fact that birth control has a lot of side effects. And if I'm not going to take that and a lot of people aren't going to take that and have the side effects, then I don't think men should have to either. I think we live in an over-sexualized society where we're trying to, yes, find ways to solve this issue because you cannot stop everybody from doing it. Why not preserve and protect yourself and not go around and sleep with everybody?
But that is
There's a
message
very
is very,
small
very
minority.
small group of
Right.
people that believe that, mostly in the faith-based communities. But
You know,
as far
that's
as
your right to,
Right.
to be able to do that and make that decision, and you know, we totally.
I just don't think
totally
it's
respect
ever
it.
going to get
I don't
like.
think it should be like imposed on everybody type of thing.
Aha!
I'm not
I now have a
for
dagger.
male birth control by force. If somebody wants to take that, yes, but I think there needs to be more comprehensive research and stuff. Female birth control is a little sketchy at times because there have been incidences where they've had to recall stuff because they kind
Multiple
of
times, yeah.
I think one of them was like the old Yaz. They had to recall
Yeah.
it because it was causing like blood clots or something.
Yeah,
Like,
that's very
most
common.
birth controls cause.
yeah, and I hope we get to a place
Yeah.
where we're not using things where hormones, because the other thing is a lot of people don't get blood tests to check their hormones on a regular basis. And actually, technically, birth control, female birth control, is an oral
Trans
steroid.
people do.
So that's what it is. It's actually a 19 norm, and like people are taking steroids.
I think we're going to find out decades from now how harmful this actually
has
is, probably
And-
for
and-
both sexes.
And like
Unfortunately, like the pharmaceutical industry is so based on profit that like if they think men aren't going to take male birth control, they're not going to put in the research, they're not going to create it, they're not going to invest in it. So if we socialize and say, hey, like this is a responsibility men should also have, then we can get research into all birth control to make it safer and more effective for everyone, so that we don't, not everyone has to be like experiencing these horrible side effects.
Being a mother is the most valuable thing a woman can do.
You are a mother. I am almost, I mean, I am a mother, but she'll be born later. When you choose to have a kid, you're putting aside what, not necessarily what you want to do in the future, because I believe that women have every opportunity to still pursue what they want to do, even becoming a mother. It's very fulfilling, in a sense, to be that selfless, to bring a human being into the world.
Oh, look at
and
me!
give
How
everything
look
to
how
them and
selfless
watch
I'm
them
being.
grow up and become their own
Fuck
person,
you.
and to feel that love unconditionally that something materialistic will never give you.
Yeah. I honestly don't remember my life before my son. And it really makes me sad today that more women, 10 years, more women in the United States will be opting out of marriage, out of children. That just is insane to me. It's innately in us to nurture and to love and to care and to create life. We literally give birth. It's an ability, a gift, and it's also, too much is given, much is required. It's a massive responsibility to raise a child, knowing that, as someone said earlier, your children are going to be the future of our planet. Wow.
Well, to be fair, if she was sex trafficked, I'm sure there's a lot of parts of her life she'd like
moms
to
through
forget.
the dirt. That's what I heard.
I think it's going to be the most valuable thing that I do in life, to have children and create a family. It's just such a subjective thing, and there's so many things that people contribute to the world. And for, I think, most women, when they leave this earth sitting on the deathbed, they probably will think the most powerful and valuable thing they've ever done is to create children. You know, there's like the famous quote, the greatest two things that you can leave on this earth when you die is art and children. And I think a lot of people are going to feel that way. I just don't want to subscribe value to somebody who doesn't see that as
Or somebody who can't have kids or just chooses not to.
Can
You know,
adopt.
you know, there's
can
other
adopt.
ways to achieve greatness, but being a mom is a great thing. I think we all.
Being a good mom.
Does anyone?
Being a good mom, yes.
Yeah, a good mom. There's a lot of people who are moms, not everybody's a good mom.
I was raised by a single mom. On top of that, I was also adopted. So my birth mother had to make an incredibly difficult choice to decide not to pursue raising this child. And then my mother, who is a single mom, raised me and raised my siblings. The thing is she was also like a teacher and a professor and a principal and an administrator. Honestly, what feminism really should be about and is about is making it so that women, if they choose to be a mother and just do that for their entire life, they get as much respect and value and everything that they should be afforded as someone who decides to be a billionaire CEO as a woman.
The feminist movement is teaching women that it's the worst thing you could possibly do because you're gonna lose your money and you're gonna.
I disagree, and I think sometimes sometimes some people live in echo chambers, and that might be a problem. But like also, here's the other thing. Are women not having children because it's economically difficult? Because in America, it's really hard to have a kid. It's really expensive. We don't have health care. We don't.
You're fine, but not everyone.
I know, but I'm saying that what the act of having a kid takes, two people.
Yes, but me and my girlfriend, we could probably afford a kid, but right now it's probably not good because of our
And you're making that decision.
But here's the other thing: not everybody has that decision to make. And it's actually economically really hard to have a kid in this country. Somebody's gonna have to stop working. Somebody's gonna have to make less money. There's not healthcare.
When I had my son, I had no means. I had been trafficked, obviously. I made the decision to see it as life and to have the child. And I had the child, and I was homeless in Newport Beach 8 years ago. When my son was just still nursing, 10 months old, worked around the clock and didn't stop until he was almost 5 years old, until I got my degree.
How did you handle childcare?
And the county pays for it. That's why I'm trying to say we do have resources. I was a full-time student,
but that's
and because
Newport
of
Beach. Like that's not everywhere.
California is
You
one
can
of the more
dissect
exceptional.
every
If you're a
county
single
and
mom,
see which counties offer it.
California is one of the more exceptional.
So I do think there's resources if you look for them. And I don't think that just
Some
saying,
places.
oh, it's expensive to have a kid. Like,
Woe is me, I can't have a kid because I'm too poor. No, we live in a country where, like I said earlier, we have the opportunities to pursue what we can and what we want to do. And I don't think the feminist movement has any place to tell someone that they're too dumb or too poor to be able to have a kid.
Oh, absolutely not.
But that is what the feminist movement is doing.
I agree. Yeah, maybe it's not as cool or fashionable to become a parent. Maybe like that's not, what people are valuing. Feminism to me, and I think to the other guys here, is just like viewing the sexes equally and feeling like they should have equal opportunity. I don't think it expands much beyond that. No one here is saying it's not cool to be a mom, or women shouldn't aspire to be a mom if that's going to be fulfilling to them. If that's like your path, by all means, I think you should do it. My wife was very specific.
His
and
face
direct
is very
with me when we
smooth.
started dating. She's like, I want to have kids. This is important to me. Are you on board or not? And that was a goal that we set for ourselves. But she's not just a mom. You know, there's other things. She has other ambitions. And she can do both of those things, and I think we all feel that that's possible. So when I hear you say, you know, like feminism is saying that like moms can't do this or don't be a mom, I'm not sharing that experience of that information.
We don't shame motherhood. Like our side, we promote it a lot of the time.
We don't shame
whenever you
motherhood.
hear the opposite thing, it's usually from the feminists.
Men need to be masculine to keep their families safe.
of course he's going to step forward. Look at him.
Of course he's gonna step
I think
forward.
there's a reason
yeah,
why
he's
he
so
comes by the
masculine because he has
and
muscles.
whatever you think about him in regards to what he's being accused of, which he has not been proven, but that's neither here nor there, men gravitated toward that. Why? Because he spoke to men in a sense of being a man, being a protector, and you have to be in charge of all your faculties and think more critically. So those aspects of masculinity appealed to men because men want to innately protect. If I go on a date and you take me out on a date, and we're he's like,
oh, she wants to go to
and
Bone
you take
Town.
me to a dinner, and you don't sit facing the door, I'm never going out on another date with you. It's not like we're helpless, like, I can't do anything, but having a man stand by you, protect you and your family.
Also,
and your
that's
children,
fucking weird.
Masculinity is very important.
There are situations, like for example, like
you need a man to be
230 pounds, my
fucking
girlfriend's, like,
weird and paranoid.
5'2". Like, there's no way if somebody breaks in a house that she's gonna fight them off unless she has a gun on her or something. But so in that situation, I would fill that masculine role. But like anybody can be strong. Anybody, like in a situation where I'm not there, I would hope if we had kids, she could protect them and defend them like the best she could. Where I get the issue with like, oh, men need to be masculine. It's like, oh, men need to always go work and bring the money and all this stuff. Because my girlfriend, she's highly educated. She actually makes way more money than I do, like way more. I work as a personal trainer. I don't make as much as she does. It is traditionally not very masculine for a woman to make more money than a man. And I know some people, they will be like, oh, you're not a real man if your woman makes more money than you. That's pathetic. Why is she with you? You sound like a loser. Things like that. And I don't let that define my masculinity. I used to be insecure about it, but now I've grown more mature, and I feel like we're getting to a society where that's less of a problem. And like some people might disagree with this, and like, but it's just my opinion. I think to raise a son, it's easier if you're a man. It doesn't have to be a father. It could be an uncle or some positive role model. Same thing with a positive female role, because like, I don't know what it's like to be like a female going through puberty, but I was a young man. Right now, a lot of our young men are misguided, and a lot of them are making bad decisions, and it's because like a lot of these young men get this testosterone boost, their brains aren't fully developed, and they like the vast majority of crimes are committed by 16 to 23-year-olds.
The reason I walk forward is about exactly what you just said. Men have these feelings and this aggression often deep inside them, and it's about using that aggression or those feelings that you have to protect rather than to inflict.
Man,
I guess I'm
this
just
is
not
such a
entirely
fucked
sure
up
what,
way to view men.
Like just masculinity in general
just
has
throwing
to
that
do
out
with
there.
keeping people safe.
Could I quickly respond? And that
Yeah.
I just think it's that men have that natural propensity towards it. If I think of roles in society that are protectors, we could say police officers, anybody who's going to take on that role of physical aggression in order to stop a bad situation from happening. Men tend to take those roles, and if you just look at the demographics of those roles in particular, men choose to take that on, and they persevere and drive for it.
Let's say I get married to a guy and he wants to be a stay-at-home dad. That's fine. I enjoy working. So I actually wouldn't be totally opposed to me grabbing the gun if an intruder came in and being the one to kill somebody, if my husband's normally like the one protecting the kids, I guess. I don't think it necessarily matters who's protecting the family, just somebody must.
I like what you said about intuition though, like my wife has a lot of intuition. I think she's better than me at like helping us avoid unsafe situations.
But to physically combat a stranger that's at your door with a gun, a mask on, and is breaking in.
Yeah, it's convenient to have someone who's more like him than.
But would you send your wife who's intuitive to use her
Mm-hmm.
intuitive powers to handle that, to protect? Or would you use your masculine, my daughter's protected, I'm going down there?
If we get attacked, I'm going to do everything I can to protect my family. That's not men having to be masculine. I just think that's people protecting those they love. I think when women are put in situations where they have to protect their families, they can exert tremendous force. Obviously, they're more vulnerable because they're not typically like as strong on average.
I'm full of testosterone, right?
But I just don't. I don't think like this is something men have to do. I think you gotta be careful about putting pressure on men to embody some sort of like macho, tough, violent.
I don't think it's macho.
I've had men in my life who like embody that tough role, and it like creates uncomfortable environments. It sometimes invites aggression, danger to the situation. It's a certain role playing that I think men actually, it's beneficial to grow out of.
Why do you think it's a role though? What if that's just who they are?
It's innately in them.
Well, then I think they should go to therapy and work on it, or
But why
like
do
play
you
a
think
sport and get out that aggression.
So I understand.
Aggression isn't bad.
I always hear from other male
Aggression
feminists,
isn't
like, oh, that
bad
guy's trying to be
unless
a
you know they're
macho
like
guy.
beating
Why?
someone.
Okay, well, so here's the thing. I think sometimes it's not genuine. He's playing a character. Actually, I'm usually the one to de-escalate situations because of how I look and how I am presented. So I de-escalate. And actually, I always tell people I always encourage young men, avoid the fight.
Yeah.
If you can avoid it, stay away. But if you have to, obviously do what you have to do, like survive. And I would say
It's
to women,
headphones?
writing people,
Wait, what's
but don't start and
headphones?
actually try to deter, get away, because violence should be always the last resort.
Violence
Violence only brings more violence.
The differences between men and women should be celebrated.
I'm talking about poles of energy. We have polarity in everything in the universe, from the battery. You can't put two negatives into a battery and it work. You can't put two positives, has to go flop. So there's poles day and night. Everything, yin yang, it's energy, and we are energy.
I don't think everything's polar, though.
It
like,
is, though.
Why apply one lens to
Well,
the
you
whole
just stepped
universe?
forward with the prompt that said that masculine men and women's differences
yeah.
should be celebrated.
I want to celebrate the difference between men and women, but I feel like you have this tendency to apply sometimes like these quantum or
Because
like
it is, because we live in a
these
quantum universe of
macro
masculine
ideas
and
to
feminine
everything.
energy.
But you
It
guys
just
do
doesn't
the
have to
same
be-
thing
Nah,
too, though.
that's
You-
fucking
I think he's
weird.
just saying to celebrate differences doesn't mean they exist on two opposite poles. And that
Yeah,
is
and I'm
we've
okay,
spent
and
our
I'm saying that.
Yeah,
so
like,
I'm saying that.
There's things exist in nature that are triangles or triads. Like not everything's yin and yang. You know,
But it
it's just,
kind of is. I actually
Well-
believe that the masculine energy is a little bit is elevated in a sense that they have more responsibility as protector, provider. And so for women, we like lean to them and we look up to them as the leader. So not to say that they're not equal, but there's a little bit more responsibility in the masculine field. And without those outlines of structure, then we have chaos and we don't have a society. We have no more children because women aren't having children anymore.
I don't think I fear chaos as much as you. You threw in a little nugget. I have to take it. You do see women as not.
I
you know,
don't.
on
I
the
don't
same
see
level.
them as the same level as me.
I just
You're right.
wouldn't. I would encourage you, like, from a loving place, to just maybe challenge that. Like,
I
how might
challenge
your
both.
how might your
Blessed.
experience
I
change
think
if
women,
you saw yourself?
I think
Hold on,
women are
Keith.
4 quarters, a guy is $1. I think they're equal, and they're just not the same.
Yeah, I think that the prompt and what I really took to is that it's so important for you guys to celebrate your femininity and celebrate what it means to be a woman for you, and we will joyfully celebrate that with you, right? And likewise to us. However we want to express our masculinity, that should be celebrated, right?
And whichever way you had to do it, and like like I said, I don't think it's as rigid as like we want society, well, like some people want us to think it is, but it should be celebrated because there are innate differences that are like just biological, and there's going to be those differences, and there shouldn't be anything frowned upon, like women being like more softer or emotional. It shouldn't be something frowned upon. But if a man chooses to be that shouldn't be like that's feminine, that's not masculine.
Don't waste
that's,
my time.
We should celebrate those qualities in people.
Can the disagreeer step forward?
Men are more enslaved than ever before.
Oh my God.
Oof.
This is a tough one, huh?
I agree with most of what everyone said. It's just the should.
Men are more
I agree
enslaved
that
than ever
differences
before,
between men
huh?
and women can be
Okay.
celebrated, and I celebrate it. I think most people do to some extent. Do as you please. Yeah.
I feel like it's important to celebrate it because I know for me, part of with gender dysphoria, I really enjoyed, emulating and having masculine traits and being a man. So being able to celebrate that and say, all right, fantastic, I can celebrate that this is a different thing than what my sex assigned at birth would tend to go for, but celebrating both sides of those things and the dichotomy that may be different is really essential to allowing anyone to really just express themselves the way they want to.
Thank you guys. You guys were all amazing.
Thank you.
Very good sports.
Yeah, I wish we could do
Yeah, you
like
guys
5
did
more
great.
prompts.
Yeah, you guys, it was all very helpful.
Oh, man.
Got to see another side of feminism.
That hurt, chat. That hurt a lot. I did not enjoy that. I didn't have a whole lot to say. It was not fun for me. How about okay. Actually, you know what? I think I'm gonna be done for the night. We've been going 6.5 hours, folks. And if you guys have been enjoying the stream, 1 second. Show you a random Twitch channel I found that you might like. Okay. Give me the link. Do. Oh, we're still gonna chat, folks. We're not ending like right now. Goodness. What is this? How is it manifested? What is this?
On this fateful day, Barney decided to have a few too many drinks. As he stumbled down the stairs, Barney had no idea what was about to transpire. After a loud crash and a few moments of silence, Barney...
Okay, it's stuttering for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, if you've been enjoying the stream, folks, consider sticking around, chilling. I'm throwing some subs or donos my way. All very, very much appreciated. Thought you were pausing it? Nope. It's just very choppy for some reason. I'm not entirely sure why.
The mullet haircut, one of the most iconic hairstyles of the 80s.
Okay, I don't think this will work. Rip. It didn't want me to show it, Mint. I'm sorry. Let's see. Nope, I'm very exhausted. I thought I had a few minutes of small talk in me. Yeah, I'll check it out tomorrow. Keep it open in a tab. I remember it. I just get frustrated with channels like Jubilee. Oh, it fucking sucks. I think Jubilee is like possibly one of the most insidious channels on YouTube. Are you streaming tomorrow? Yes, indeedy. Because Jubilee likes to present itself as like this, oh, we're even-handed. Oh, look, we have this, you know, equally sized panel. And then it's like 4 like good-hearted normies against like 4 like hand-picked conservative mouthpieces. It's like that almost every single goddamn time. You know, like it's frustrating as hell. They have no lefties. Like, yeah, like those feminist guys were like fine. It just wasn't like an equitable discussion. Like, they're like, well, good-natured, apple-cheeked farm boys, and then like they get like, oh, a lady who's one of the up-and-coming voices on a propaganda network, and oh look, several other people who have been featured prominently on other conservative propaganda networks. It's wild. Yeah, exactly. Ugh. Honestly, like a lot of the people that they get aren't even like explicitly political. The only like really truly good Jubilee was when they invited like the head of like the socialist party of like New Hampshire or something, and like he came on and just like absolutely fucking wrecked the panel. It was great. Like, remember when they had that Israel versus Palestine the middle ground? Holy shit, they're bad. I don't think I saw that one. It's a shit show. I gotta say, also, just as an FYI, I was gonna cover the Louisville shooting today, but like, man, it really didn't feel good to talk about. I decided not to. Jubilee is legit one of the worst X-Men ever. True. Alright, folks. I'm gonna raid into cute little tofu ghost. Also, I really hope that these streams are doing well, because I feel like my numbers have been lower and it's stressing me out, and I hope that's just because it's being split between YouTube and Twitch, but it still stresses me out. I hope I'm doing okay and making good content for you guys. I like them. Very cozy. Thank you. Alright. Good night, everybody.